hearings on the, oh, did I jump into it? I'm sorry, I jumped into it. This is the second of two meetings that we're having regarding our the town's budget, the FY 2024 budget. Today we'll be going over, we'll be starting with the capital improvement portion of the budget, and then we will be going to parts of the budget dealing with public safety and the police department, as well as public projects and public works department. So, oops, I'm being live streamed. Okay. I'd like to thank you all for being here, and timing being everything. By the time we will be finishing up today, more than likely, according to the reports, we'll be walking out into a fairly steady rain. So just hope it's something that can easily find its way to streams, rivers, and into the soil, not into folks' basements or anything of the like. So with that, I'm going to quit going on about that, and I'm going to turn this over to staff. Let them start from there.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Mr. Mayor, members of the council and the community who are either joining us on Facebook Live or maybe watching this at a future time. I wanted to make a few comments about the budget overall. With the chair's permission, I wasn't going to go deep into sections 1 through 3. We covered those on April the 3rd for about 50 minutes at a council meeting. That video is available online. We covered them in detail last Saturday, the 15th, for about 50 minutes. That video is also online. And we do not appear to have residents with us in this virtual platform. They may be watching, but I don't see anyone here currently that may pose a question live. Let me say that overall, the budget is put together at a time of great uncertainty, and things are changing daily, whether it's reports about what's may happen in the commercial sector of real property, an office sector of real property, whether there may or may not be a recession at the end of the year. It's important that we're prudent and conservative in making revenue projections, realistic in making expenditure projections for fiscal 24. I do believe that there's a stronger likelihood than not that we may see a contraction in revenue following the triennial reassessment for fiscal year 26. So right now we're going to be talking about fiscal 24. But we have new values for fiscal 26. Knowing that, or basing things on that, some of our decisions as it relates to the capital improvement budget have been made on anticipating tightening of revenue in out years. So we've looked at acquisitions, for example, and have taken that into account. Might we have money in 26? Should we make acquisitions now if we can afford it? The other thing that I think is important to take into account is ARPA funds. This budget programs or obligates all the ARPA funds to various projects or acquisitions. Some to the programs and stuff as well, in terms of public health and the farmers market and all those things we talked about last week. There is legislation that was introduced. It's a long shot legislation, but on the federal level to claw back unobligated ARPA funds. And so I do think it's important that we don't just have funds sitting there saying, well, this may be used for something in the future. We've proposed how to expend those funds. If the council would like to expend those funds differently, then my recommendation would be that we just figure out what that is quickly and include that in this budget. So you'll have the staff recommendations today. And again, if you want to change that, we most definitely can. It's just that we're going to have to do that and incorporate those changes into this budget and not have something sitting there saying for a future project. Just in the event that the federal government does act as some sort of a negotiating piece, perhaps for raising the debt ceiling, who knows if that's on the table, and I wouldn't want us to be surprised. The other thing is when we move into CIP here shortly, staff have talked with Council Member Lingua, and I spoke with the mayor about how we can review CIP most efficiently today. And so what we're going to do is instead of turning page by page through the projects, staff have developed another form that will be shared here shortly. Give me one moment. There's a comment in the chat. Capital improvement plan. Yes. So thank you for that, council member. We have our capital improvement program, and so when I meant when I referenced CIP, that's what I'm referring to. The thing with this different approach is we're going to cover new projects that the council has never heard about before necessarily. Maybe we've mentioned things to you. For example, the one new project is Mount Rose, is what staff are calling it. I know I've mentioned it in council meetings, but this is the first time I see a project description and things like that. So we'll spend more time on new projects. And then after covering new projects, we'll cover previously approved projects that are continuing into next year, as well as previously approved projects that maybe have a change in those projects, either a design change or a funding change, and then separately acquisitions. And I actually think the order of things will be new projects, acquisitions, previously approved, and previously approved with changes. So, Mr. Chair, is it all right if we go into that CIP then?
That's fine by me.
So whoever's controlling the screen, if you can share and begin the review of the new projects. And Ivy, are you leading that? The new project discussion?
Actually, the first one is, good morning, everyone. The first one is Mount Rose, and I believe Mr. Shelton is going to start off with that one.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes, good eve.
I know, right?
Good morning, Mayor and Council. The first project that we're going to speak about, as has been mentioned, is Mount Rose. The town owns a property along the southern border of the municipal boundary, and this property is currently not being put to its best use. The project would involve converting the space into a linear park, increasing the connection between Riverdale Park and Edmonston. And because this project is along the southern border that touches Edmonston, this project will involve coordination with the town of Edmonston. The new park is intended to be named Mount Rose to commemorate Adam Plummer's home, which is located nearby. And I'm happy to answer questions about the project.
Can you make the screen a little bigger?
Go ahead, council member.
can you make the screen a little bigger?
Yes,
Large screen. There we go.
Thank you.
and perhaps remove the thumbnails from the left margin if you're able to do that to make it even larger.
Yeah.
And I do want to clarify just one thing. The naming convention is just staff's placeholder. However, that the council decides to name the project, but there is a nod to Adam Plummer, who famously grew roses, and called his home Mount Rose, which was located about 150 feet from where we would be able to put this park. It's the only publicly owned land in close proximity to where his home was located.
Okay.
So we saw a strong tie there. We also, this project marries up with an economic development study that Edmundston had conducted that talked about connecting the town of Edmundston to the town center in Riverdale Park. And so this would create that gateway, if you will, from Edmundston to Riverdale Park. You'll hear about the pollinator garden as part of a previously approved project that is to go on the land at the Triangle property that's immediately to the north of this. And then you also hear about a sidewalk project that Mr. Shelton has applied for federal funds for, that will connect that area up to the town center with widening of the sidewalk and that. There may even be a bike lane. I'll defer to Mr. Shelton on that. But I think when it comes to this project, this is the gateway project, the connecting piece, but it's not the only project. There's really 3 projects in a row. Is that correct, Mr. Shelton?
Yes, I'd say there's 3 projects. Mhm.
So you have this connecting Edmundston, then you have the pollinator garden, so it would come across Madison Street there with a walkway, and then you have enhanced sidewalks coming up Lafayette. So it's part of a piece of a larger puzzle.
Okay. And is this the property that's just off Madison at Lafayette, or is this farther up?
It is it's the paper street
Okay,
that
between the house and John's Auto Body.
exactly.
Okay. My one question about this is that, because this is my understanding, that there's a portion of John's Auto Body that is on the paper road. And there's the fencing for the house there, I believe that's 4600 Madison. Right at that corner, it's the old Danker house. Has essentially their fencing was continuous up to the John's Auto Body fence. So I take it staff would be in the process also of making sure that that original paper road space is reestablished on both sides.
Yes, sir. So the survey's been conducted. Is that correct, Brian?
That's correct.
So the survey's been done, and as I understand it from Mr. Sussman, for platted streets, and that was a platted street, someone cannot make an argument for adverse possession of a platted street.
Okay.
And so we will be able to claim that and have folks cease any use that that they may have tried to establish on our platted street.
Okay. And that was my one concern about this. This project.
And we share that concern, sir. We may have some hiccups in trying to reestablish them.
You're saying we may have some hiccups?
Well, if people don't agree, then we may have to go through a process to claim the land. So, but we'll wait and see what occurs. But we have the town attorney on board.
Okay. Okay. Please keep me posted on how that goes.
Yes, and we
Appreciate it.
and we didn't want to move forward any further until the council says, yes, this is a worthwhile project.
Okay. Well, it is a paper road. It does connect through. I mean, for all the points that you've brought it out, there's also that additional property that's right across the way. That's part of that paper road as well, that open lot. And I know residents down there would like to be able to see that come to a greater constructive use. And along with what you're looking at with the linear path going from Taylor Road, coming back up and over towards Lafayette Place. The combination of those three items, would tend to make sense to improve them in concert. So that's my thought on it. Council, any other thoughts on this?
Mr. Chair, if I might speak.
Mr. Mayor, please.
So just to make sure I understand this, so there will be this project, and then the pollinator garden will have I'm looking at pedestrian connectivity here. So this will have a path through it, pedestrian path, and there will be a pedestrian path through the pollinator garden, and then along 47th Avenue, I believe it is, then there will be a new sidewalk put in to connect to the existing sidewalk at Lafayette. Is all that correct?
That's correct, yes.
That-
And the
that's-
sidewalk along Lafayette will be widened.
Okay, and do you yet know, or is that just going to be part of the design where crosswalks will be, and which side of the street the sidewalk along 47th is going to be, and that sort of thing?
We do not know that yet.
Okay.
We're gonna have to speak with the engineer about that.
Well, that's why you have money for design, right? Is to let the people who know what they're doing do the job. So thank you.
Any other questions from council? Councilmember Siddiq, did you have any thoughts on this?
It looks like a good project.
Thank you. As we have the public just yet joining us. I don't have any other questions. I made the point about the connectivity between the three projects making sense. I know this is going to be a substantial. It's really going to impact the way that corner looks around there. And I think our one concern when coordinating all three of these projects, the two especially, Mount Rose and the pollinator garden there, is being in touch with the number of businesses that are tucked back in there as well. Making sure that they have a respect for this garden and this park, that they have the respect for those two areas, as they should be having a respect for the residential neighborhood surrounding them. So. And I have a feeling that that is going to be somewhat of a challenge. But who doesn't like a good challenge?
Agreed, sir.
Okay.
If there's no additional questions, would move on to the second new project.
And that project is the flood mitigation rain garden. This program will install rain gardens in tree box areas in the public right of way as a stormwater management and water quality strategy. Initially, this program idea came from a resident who became aware of a similar program in Mount Rainier earlier this year. And the staff is currently participating in a 10-month program on best management practices for bioretention facilities. So that program will give us some insights as to where to install these facilities in town and how to properly install and maintain them over time. The program is funded from a state grant of $150,000 and ARPA funds. And any questions?
If this page can be moved up so we can see the expenditures too.
Yeah.
And so it's important to note that the project is completely funded at 231,740, not at the 381,740. The difference is, and I should have included this in the intro, or staff should have included this in an intro. There's been some changes to our CIP numbers in the last week. We learned from the mayor, who learned from Senator Washington's office, that the town was receiving $150,000 in a grant for stormwater management. Now, we originally had this project funded at 231,740. So that was the complete amount, and it was to be ARPA. But in learning that we had 150 coming from this other source, we also learned that an expected state grant of 335 on the municipal parking for alongside Town Hall, instead of being the 335 would be 100,000.
Mm-hmm.
So we lost money. So we were moving 150,000 to that project, and that's the transfer ARPA funds line of 150 out of this project. You'll see that transferred into that parking lot project. So when we view that, you'll see those funds reappearing. It's just a transfer out. And then we also are suggesting that we make up the 85,000 difference because we had 335, we got 100, so we were down 235, got 150, so we were down 85. And so when we get to that project, perhaps Mr. Jones will walk us through those numbers on that project. But this project is new to focus on stormwater management, and it's funded at 231,740. And I do have to ask my staff team, did I get anything wrong on that? Ivy or Gentry?
No, in fact, my worksheet shows the 231,740.
What's the scope of this project?
It's really
townwide? Is this in specific areas?
Well, actually, a first step will be to determine or develop criteria and design standards for these. I'm not sure a rain garden will work in every location that is currently experiencing flooding. So instead, we want to have a way to evaluate the appropriateness of a particular area for a rain garden in the tree box. And so that'll be the first product of this program.
Okay,
And then we'll, with that information in hand, we'll look for locations that fit the criteria, or when we get requests for residents, we'll apply that criteria and determine the appropriateness of it in those locations.
so you're looking at certain areas to be implementing this?
We don't have specific areas in
No,
mind,
no, no.
except those that
Not
the
right now,
resident.
but you're
mentioned.
looking at spot areas.
Yeah, well, the resident actually identified a location near her property
Okay,
for such a facility. And again, these criteria will help us determine in that case whether it would be appropriate. And appropriateness actually means effectiveness in dealing with stormwater management in that location.
sure, okay. Okay, thank you. Sounds like a great plan.
I could go on to the next new project.
I don't have any questions. Did any
Yes.
council members have any questions on this?
I don't. If I could ask that staff would say what page number these projects are
Sure.
on, since we're skipping along.
And we actually have that in the worksheet.
Councilmember Thomas has, Sadiq has his hand up.
Council member, please.
Yeah, you were mentioning the effectiveness of the rain garden and stormwater control. I'm unfamiliar with how that would actually work. Are rain gardens retain more water than other options?
Not necessarily. It really depends on where they are. It really depends on where they are and the type of soil in that place. Some of them might require an outfall pipe into an existing stormwater facility. So it really is going to depend on what area we're talking about at any given time.
Thank you.
If
I
I
mentioned-
can weigh in just a little bit on that, in the K-Fritz development, many of the tree boxes had structured soil underneath them that had much greater absorbing capacity than just the regular soil would have had. And so it's a way to basically bank more water in there in this available space that would otherwise be available. I think that might be an option in some of these places.
And staff toured several facilities in Edmonston as a part of a program that we're participating in, and some of them work pretty well to absorb water. In other areas, again, they need outfall. They need the water to be collected in a perforated pipe and then transported to the nearest stormwater facility. So it really depends on the area in question. If no further questions, I could go on to the next new project.
I
Natoli,
look forward to it.
okay, Natoli Place, page 242. We've talked about this project for a number of months now. It's a major new project in the FY 2024 budget. It's to redesign and reconstruct the Lafayette and Natoli crisscross road configuration to provide better circulation and clarity for motorists and safety for motorists and other modes of transportation. This project will be coordinated with the Town Center parking lot redesign project so that circulation within the town center and within this reconfigured area sort of work well together. The project is funded with ARPA funds at about $325,000. $45,000 of that is expected to cover engineering and design fees, with construction at $280,000.
Okay. I have a question on this regarding timeframe. How do you see this going from start to finish? Something that would be done in a 24, 36 month timeframe or sooner?
Ideally within a 12-month timeframe.
12 months.
12 months. We're hopeful. Again, we hope to launch the Town Center project in earnest at the beginning of the new fiscal year, and this along with it. And this is
Okay.
obviously a lot less complicated than the Town Center one, and should be able to move forward sort of independently, while at the same time taking into account some of the guiding principles for the parking lot project and preliminary ideas as they are developed over time. So
Okay,
while they'll be coordinated, they could be on slightly different timelines.
okay,
At least that's the hope and the expectation.
And I would just add that since the funding for the trolley trail parking lot project, if you will, the redesign over there, that's a state grant. That money is more secure, if you will, than the ARPA funds. So since this is ARPA, if we have the option, we would move forward with construction here first. Before we move forward with the construction of the trolley trail redesign in terms of.
Yes. Mhm.
okay.
And Ryan, I think the next one's yours, if there are no questions.
Any questions from council? Okay. Thank you.
Right, the next project is CDBG funded sidewalk improvements. We talked a little bit about this in the Mount Rose project. This project is actually listed in both the new projects and existing projects because there's a CDBG project that is actually wrapping up right now, and also the new sidewalk project on Lafayette, Lafayette that we were just talking about earlier.
This is page 244.
The sidewalk application, or the application to CDBG for the sidewalk improvements that was made this year was, as we mentioned before, to widen Lafayette between Riverdale Road and down to the Mount Rose area. And we also included in the new application the completion of the 40th Avenue sidewalk project. About 2 years ago, we had a CDBG sidewalk project that, because of the technical nature and of the project, we had to reduce the scope, so we weren't able to extend the sidewalk to include 40th Avenue along Longfellow and Nicholson Street. This new application also included the completion of that project as well. So in total, the new application included the widening of the sidewalk between the Mount Rose project and Town Center, and also the completion of 40th Avenue. If there are any questions about the new sidewalk project, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay, so this is wrapping up. This is wrapping up several locations, or initiating and/or wrapping up across several locations.
That's correct. Yes. So we have the already complete 40th Avenue project. Well, at the time completed.
Right.
As far
Phase
as CDBG
one.
is concerned. And then we have 54th Avenue and Spring Lane construction, which should be completing or will be completing within the next 2 months. And then the new project, which would be the 47th, 48th and Lafayette Avenue construction, which is part of the
Okay.
new application.
Okay. Okay. Any questions from the council?
I'm good.
You're good? Okay. Councilmember Siddiq, are you good?
I'm good.
Okay. Mr. Sheldon.
Thank you.
We're actually now moving to acquisition projects. The first one is traffic signs on page 229.
One more time with the page again on that?
229.
That's what I thought you said.
So this project supports the Walk, Bike, Drive Safety Initiative and was first introduced in the current fiscal year. In 2024, we are expanding the use of flashing stop and pedestrian crossing signs to other locations in the community with high pedestrian activity. And the program also includes the purchase of additional radar signs that would be installed permanently in areas where there is a speeding and volume issue.
Okay.
The program is funded with CDBG unrestricted and ARPA funds.
Okay. And the design you decided to go with the for the stop signs is one that allows you that the illumination portion around the perimeter of the perimeter of the sign is something that can be easily removed in case you need to work on something to fix it or replace it, as opposed to having to pull down the whole sign.
Well, we think for some areas, sort of non-residential areas or within the multifamily communities, we'll go with the all-in-one. They're actually brighter.
Okay.
The halo signs where you buy the backboard and attach the standard stop sign to it, it's more appropriate in residential neighborhoods because they're not as bright. Both are effective, but the halo is not as bright. And I believe we've piloted both types, or soon we'll pilot the all-in-one in the Queensbury town center area.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And we have the flashing pedestrian signs on the traffic circle at Van Buren. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I believe that's the only option for those, the all-in-one.
Well, the places where I have seen them, I've noticed a marked improvement. Yet we still have some 1 in 100s who just haven't caught on yet. So, but it is an improvement. Thank you.
We actually purchased about 6 of each, and I believe most of those are installed. We have a fairly large order of both coming in within the next 30 days. And so you'll see more of those going up throughout the community in May and June.
And I hope they are as effective.
Absolutely, including Riverdale Park Station, as a matter of fact.
Knock on wood.
Okay.
Councilmember Lingua, Mr. Chair, I think if we get the legislation maybe next year to have automated enforcement of people running stop signs, that might also improve the effectiveness for the 1%ers who don't want to stop now.
I hope so. I hope it would. I guess that remains to be seen though. So, but one can always hope. So, thank you very much, Director Lewis. Any questions on this? Hearing
The
none,
next acquisition, technology improvements, finance department,
please.
if I may.
Sure, that's page 227. Is that what we're going to?
Mr. Jones?
Actually, it's 225.
Okay, you have 2 technology improvement.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not a problem. Go ahead. But we're starting at the one on 225.
Right. So yeah. So this is an existing project that we hope to fulfill for fiscal year 2024. We have a total of $113,000. So for this finance technology improvement, the request is to issue and procure a software system, which will include DPW, finance services, and admin services. And lastly, a CRM service as well, customer relations management for our HR services. Currently, many of the town operations still use some manual localized processes, although we have moved to more automated and remote processes. But the goal is to eventually upgrade from the current QuickBooks accounting software, which has not been the best as far as fund accounting, so it will help to automate workflow processes and improve the quality and timeliness of town services. And again, these funds have come from unrestricted CIP, and we continue to previous fiscal years and to make that purchase for fiscal year 2024.
Can you repeat that last part again, please?
Fiscal year 2024, that's
Yeah, that last sentence you had. We had you, and then it was like you went around the corner and then you came back around again.
yes, just we hope to extinguish those funds from unrestricted CIP in fiscal year 2024.
Okay. And this would essentially be a full upgrade of the office.
Yes, correct.
And if I can just add, this is something that's been planned for a while, and we haven't had the bandwidth to get it implemented. But it needs to happen, as Mr. Jones said. We're using a QuickBooks application, which makes fund accounting difficult. Is that correct, Mr. Jones?
Yes, that is correct.
And we actually have workarounds and stuff to actually do fund accounting in QuickBooks. And we would be able to have better reporting. We would be able to have greater transparency. And Mr. Jones, perhaps you mentioned this, I had to step away for a moment. But we anticipate having a portal for kind of high level reports where folks can see where we are throughout the year. So there's a lot that can be done through upgraded systems here as it relates to finance.
Okay. It sounds promising. My one question is the equipment this is all replacing. What happens with that?
Well, it's actually not equipment. Mr. Jones, help me out, because
It's mostly software.
It's software.
Correct. Yes, we actually use QuickBooks Online, so it's actually just right through the website. So we're actually looking to get a more dedicated software that, again, will be used townwide with multiple departments.
So you have drives in there. You have drives that'll be able to run the new software.
Yes, well, we're also looking at potential cloud-based as well, but we're still very early in that process as far as determining exactly which software we're going to go with. But we do have, Paul had to step away. He lost power, but he's put together an RPM for that.
Okay. All right. Any questions from the council regarding this? No? Councilmember Siddiq.
It's important to keep up to date with the software that runs our money. Let's do that.
Okay. I agree. Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Thank you. So
Next up, did we want to just, while we're on technology improvements, did we want to just go over to page 227? Is that, or are we going to stop at web design first?
yeah, so we're going to go right in order. It's going to go 225, 226, and then 227. So if we want, we can do the website update.
So we're going to take a break from technology improvements, hop
Right.
over for a bit to website update, then come back to technology improvements again.
Correct. Yes.
Being that taking on technology improvements twice in a row could prove problematic. So we break it up. Please go ahead.
Good morning. This project on page 226 is the website update. In 2017, the town's website was redesigned and vastly improved. I can't say that enough, vastly improved. But now's the time to look at it again and look at some new features that would be beneficial to our community. So technology has changed. The website providers that provide government websites have lots of new tools and new things that are available. We'll be focused on making the website much easier to navigate. So that would be navigating from all devices, including your cell phones, making that much easier to access for everybody, making sure that people can view the data in the language that they choose. We currently have that, but making sure that that's a priority moving into a new website. So there's lots of things to consider. Lots of changes have happened that would be, like I said, beneficial to the community. And we are excited to embark on this project again. I'm hoping before the end of this fiscal year, though, we will have some upgrades to what we have currently. That's part of our contract with our current vendors. So we'll be working on that actually starting next week to make some minor improvements to the website that we have now as we go out to bid, a formal bid process for a new website into 2024. So the funding for this project, it's a total of $60,000. The beginning balance is $20,000. $10,000 comes from unrestricted CIP, with an additional $30,000 coming from ARPA. And we believe that will be sufficient to give us a shiny new website in the future.
And Ms. Barnes, if I can perhaps ask a question just to clarify something. It's my understanding that our current website, the report a concern function, and it functions, but staff had to create that as a workaround. The current vendor didn't offer a solution. So we used a third party. And so occasionally we'll hear complaints that, well, I can't access it on my phone. And it's typically a setting issue on the phone. But our workaround isn't as friendly, but it still offers a solution where we receive 100+ reports a year, which is good. But there is technology out there where we won't have to design workarounds. So we'll be able to deliver a better product to our residents and have more interaction with our residents. Is that correct, Ms. Barnes? It's going to solve that problem?
Yes, it will. And it'll solve a lot of the other products, or a lot of the other workarounds that we have for other things. The websites for governments are very robust now. There's lots of different products, and we're excited to see how that works together with the other software changes we're making in town. Town Manager Listician discussed a portal, if you will, of financial reports and things of that nature. I'd like to see a dashboard implemented on the new website that will show those types of financial reports, but will also show all sorts of information about the services that the town currently provides to residents. So this is a really important tool for us to use. It's not just a communication tool, but it's a transparency tool as well. And so we're really excited to get started on this project. It's going to be great for our residents and for staff as well.
Sounds really promising. Wow. That would be, well, this is great news. And I know this is, it's an ongoing challenge, because as once you get something installed, you then have your sights on to seeing how that can be improved and addressed in later iterations of the site and the services being afforded on it. So I would agree that the current site is a vast improvement, but if we're finding that our report of concern feature has concerns of its own, and this is going to be able to address that handily. Look forward to seeing it implemented. And the fact that this is being designed now to address phone use. Everyone calls them phones. I have a hard time with that. I kind of see them as handheld computers that have a phone app on them, because the vast majority of the times that folks are using them is for access to the web. So essentially, best to call it what it is. It's a handheld computer. So and being able to have that platform set up to work well on a handheld is great to hear, especially because that's been a challenge with municipal websites. They have kind of been the shall we say, the redheaded stepchild of website design. Any questions from council on this?
Yes, Mr. Chair, if I might, I would suggest to staff that in the RFP that you have performance specs for load times, because that's one of the complaints that I've been hearing from people about the report of concern, is that they have to sit there and drum their fingers for several seconds, and it just seems in this day and age when you have so much cloud computing capacity that shouldn't be an issue. So just a suggestion.
And one well said, sir. We will make sure that's incorporated into the specifications. And it's going to be nice having one provider as opposed to us cobbling together a third-party solution to have that.
Right, and it might be, given how many people are using their, as the chair says, handheld computers that have a phone option on them, that the provider specify an app, a specific app that would be for at least some of the interactions with the town's website. So, just a thought.
That's a good idea.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions from council? Councilmember Siddiq.
7 years is a long time for any piece of technology to run, so glad to keep it updated.
Agreed.
So perhaps this contract would be for a shorter time, maybe 5 years with an option to extend, or 4 years with an option to extend, just so we can be sure we get a refresh. Something to think about.
Okay, no, I agree with that. Things change rather quickly. So it would make sense. Okay. Director Barnes, thank you very much. Now we're going to the next technology improvement on page 227. This is in regards to improvements in the police department.
Yes, sir. Good morning,
That would
everyone.
go to Deputy Chief Robert Turner.
Good morning.
Morning, sir.
The police department is looking to replace 4 existing Panasonic laptop computers that are aging out. They have a life expectancy of 5 to 7 years. And looking to purchase 4 of those. The funding is available through unrestricted use CIP, and we will be purchasing them on an existing Howard County contract.
Okay.
Is there any questions?
these units, I take it these units are true workhorses and they hold up well, and this is just you have units that are just reaching their end of their expected use.
That's correct.
Okay. And when you do transfers on these, you're making sure that any and all type of information from the outgoing computer that gets transferred over, so that essentially that outgoing computer is essentially clean.
That's correct. We use our IT support peak to handle that.
Okay. And you're comfortable with their services, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It's where the devil gets in the details, and that's a really important step that I think some folks just don't always appreciate, but I'm glad that the department does, and they're very well aware of it. Looks good. Questions from the council?
Mr. Chair, if I might.
Mayor Thompson.
Thank you. Deputy Chief, looking at the fiscal year 23, it looks like you're replacing several in this year. Is that correct? And then these will wrap up the replacements we need for the
That's
foreseeable
correct.
future. Thank you,
Correct,
Deputy Chief. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Thank you, Deputy Chief Turner. Next on the agenda would be, are we going in order or are we?
So the next that we have for existing, we're going to cover vehicle replacements in police,
Okay.
neighborhood services, and public works.
Okay.
The first up is going to be police. That is going to be on page
233.
Yes.
And again, Deputy Chief Turner, the mic is
Sure.
yours.
Good morning again. The police department is looking to lease an additional 3 police cruisers. We've done this in the past. The lease of the fleet seems to work out well. We're still waiting on some of last year's police cars, by the way. So they've been a little difficult to get.
Okay.
And the town has had a good experience, obviously, like I said before, with the lease program. The department needs additional cruisers, but this is the funding that's available as of now.
Actually, can we please go down to the bottom of the page for the expenditures?
Yeah, I was just looking at that.
So actually in 24, it's not a lease. So we have lease payments that are continuing in 24. The recommendation in 24 though is to purchase 3 vehicles.
Okay.
That might be a change for you, Deputy Chief, because I know we had talked about lease in 25. We're going to be back to leases, but this is to actually expend some ARPA funds. And so there's 246,000 in ARPA funds in 24 for the acquisition of 3 cruisers.
My apologies.
Nope, and well, it's one of those things. We still haven't received the vehicles that we've been trying to purchase for the last year, but I will note that the department asked for 6, knowing that the future years will be tight. We split that with three now. We just had a lease expire, the 2019 lease, so we don't have to make those payments. So as the Deputy Chief was saying, we have had good experience with the leases, and we would go back to the lease. The plan would be to go back to the lease in fiscal 25, and then we would have that annual payment for either 4 or 5 years.
Just to make sure I'm clear on this, being that we're on it, a little bit unrelated. I'm noticing the Your lease payment for 4 cruisers to FY21 was a 4-year. And again, you had one in FY22, a 4-year. And I'm seeing that they're running concurrently and that they would both conclude in 2025.
Mr. Jones? Perhaps you stepped away.
Okay.
It may have been the timing of the lease, because
Right.
I know vehicles were seriously delayed, and we didn't have to make a payment at one
Right.
point. But we'd have to check on that and get back to you, sir.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. It's not a huge concern. And, again, looking again back at, at that time period, what we're talking about. It was, it slipped my mind. That was the time that we were coming through a pandemic. And I was not taking that into account. So
Well,
that
We'll
would
have
seem,
Mr. Jones, I'll have Mr. Jones provide an update to the council on this on Monday.
that's fine. Okay. That's fine. I mean, as it is, you're saying it's a challenge getting the 4 that you were looking to purchase this year. So,
Do we have an update on that, Deputy Chief? You're muted, sir.
We do not have an update. So far, we received 1 of the 4 cars.
okay,
We're working with the with Hertrick, who holds the Maryland State lease, we're even looking at different options of vehicles.
okay. Hopefully they arrive soon.
I think.
Any questions regarding this portion of the budget from council?
Councilmember Sadiq had his hand up before I did, so.
Councilmember Siddiq.
Yes, I'm wondering if you've had good experiences with leases, why purchase, especially in a 2024 timeframe when we, I would think, expect to be going all EV by 2027 or so.
If I can attempt to answer that. So I don't think we're planning to go all EV as it relates to police vehicles. I don't believe, and Deputy Chief, help me out here, I don't believe that the manufacturers are offering an EV police package that is going to be available to us within the next 2 years. Deputy Chief, can you comment on that?
That's correct. We may be able to portion some of our vehicles that way for admin and like investigations, but for the patrol vehicles that, work a 12-hour shift, they don't have the capability yet.
Well, I understand they don't have the capability yet, but I would suspect a purchased vehicle has a fairly long life. And if we continue to lease, we would be better positioned to transition to EVs when those lives are more suitable for a 12-hour patrol.
And depending on when those vehicles would be constructed, that very well may be the case, sir. The other aspect of this is if we did this and we check the regulations, I don't believe we can use ARPA funds for a lease. So we would have to shift some money around, and then we would be funding those lease payments next year, in addition to funding the anticipated additional lease next year. So instead of having an additional 70,000, let's say, we'd have an additional 140,000 if we lease this year and next. And that's just adding to the additional annual payments at a time when we may not have as many funds available for CIP. That's what we took into account in making this recommendation. But we certainly could change and shift gears if the council would like us to.
How long do you expect a purchased vehicle to exist in the fleet?
Rob?
5 years for a patrol vehicle.
4 to 5 years, yeah.
And so if we purchase it in 2024, we're looking at having that vehicle to probably 2029.
Yes.
Actually, that or end of 2028. Right around there. My understanding has always been, at what the approach has been to use that 4 to 5 year time frame on the vehicles, is that when we're predominantly at a point where we're purchasing practically all our vehicles, that if you essentially take that out of service, take that vehicle out of service after that time frame, and then because you scheduled a replacement, you then take that vehicle and you can sell it and get a better return on the used price than if you go an additional year, where essentially the value of the vehicle drops considerably. It was practiced so as that we were able to recoup some of that money that we had put into those vehicles. So
I would agree.
just always stuck with that 4 or 5 year time frame, just as a way of as a budgetary way to just be able to plan for it. Sound about right, Deputy Chief?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And if I can just add, regardless of how the council approves a budget, if new technology advances or things change before we make an acquisition or shortly thereafter, we can pivot. And as we've heard, we've been waiting a year for police vehicles. So we may be a year out before we get vehicles, and if the landscape changes, we would bring that back to the council. And as a quick refresher for the community, even when the council approves a capital improvement budget, any acquisitions or projects would involve contracts that are in excess of $20,000. We bring those back to the council at the time of the acquisition is made. Regardless of how the council may approve the budget, you'll have an opportunity to weigh in as new information becomes available or technologies change between now and that time.
Okay. Which is beneficial to have that flexibility to be able to do that. Because things do change.
Mr. Chair, if I might.
Mr. Mayor, please.
So sort of leaning into the discussion about electric vehicles, are these, so it says on the expenditures that these will be cruisers. Is that correct, that they'll be sedans and not SUVs, or will they, is that known at this time?
They will all be marked patrol vehicles. However, our plan was to purchase the SUVs, but at this point, it's first available.
I understand with all the supply chain issues. And also, just to, again, sort of reiterate our commitment to sustainability, if it's possible to get a hybrid or electric vehicle that does meet it, then I think that the council would be very interested in seeing that. And I understand the need to get the new vehicles, and so it is first available. One final question is whether there's been any consideration, especially for the 4-year leases, of purchasing the vehicles at the end of the lease. Is that an option on the lease, or do we have to give them back?
It is an option.
And we do, as a matter of course, we keep the vehicles.
Okay,
Yes, at the end of the time period, the vehicles become the town's. Is that correct?
okay, so it's a lease to purchase.
Yeah, yeah.
Correct, and it's a minimal fee, I think. Like $1 or something, just so we purchase. the vehicle.
I believe it is $1.
Wow.
I'd be happy to contribute that $1 to get the vehicles. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for the clarifications on the lease and also on the trying to get the highest fuel efficiency vehicles we can, although just with availability, we don't have a lot of flexibility there.
Yes, sir.
Right. Deputy Chief, thank you very much for that. Okay, just going from page 233, are we now moving to page 234, which would be vehicle replacement as for neighborhood services? Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, in the current fiscal year, the Neighborhood Services Department has purchased 2 electric SUVs to replace the Chevy Equinoxes previously used. The 2 vehicles are Ford Mach-E model vehicles. Both are fully electric. And a third vehicle will need to be purchased in January when a third Neighborhood Services staff member is brought on board, should the budget be approved as is.
Okay. It's quite the formidable vehicle.
And the ones we have are not red as shown in the picture, but white.
That's correct.
I was kind of wondering about that, but that's okay. Last time we had a red vehicle was the former chief's vehicle. Okay. What is the expected life on this, or that staff is expecting to get out of this? Out of these vehicles?
It's difficult to say since these are some of the first electric vehicles that we've purchased,
Okay.
but we did get at least 10 years out of the last 2 SUVs that the neighborhood services officers were using.
Okay.
If I might, Chair Lingua.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
I don't know about these specific vehicles, but the simplicity of electric drivetrain compared to hybrid, and well, particularly hybrids are very complicated, and the drivetrain on the internal combustion. I've heard expectations of up to 500,000 miles on the drivetrain for an electric vehicle. So these might have a very long lifespan. There would be a probably fairly expensive battery replacement, and of course, if they get in a wreck, then that's a problem. But
Yeah.
These could be very long-lived vehicles.
Yeah, and we had asked also about just essentially to see how these vehicles how the costs run on them over a year, just to as a comparison to what we are experiencing with internal combustion vehicles. I mean, I know I'm seeing the useful life being 10 years, and it could be drivetrains on this are gonna go for a great deal more than what you find on other vehicles. And like you said, you're probably looking at a battery change out at some point. Hopefully, it's just one. And again, that comes down to how batteries are being produced in the coming years. Whether manufacturers are taking that in-house like General Motors is doing, or if they're going through another party. What the differences will be there. And really as well, you know, how are the bodies going to hold up on these as well? So if we're tagging it at an approximate 10-year, great. We'll see how it goes. Hopefully these things perform like a Martian rover. It's supposed to, they're thinking 90 days and they end up getting years out of it. So we'll see.
What is the next acquisition?
I think we're going to vehicle upgrades, purchases and replacements for the Department of Public Projects. That's page 235. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Oh,
Thank you.
man. Making my way to the bonus rounds. Yes.
Okay. this
Director
program-
Lewis, please.
Okay, thank you. This project is to purchase a small duty pickup truck in FY 2024. As you know, we've made 4 purchases in the last 18 months, 2 Ram 2200s and just recently 2 Ram 5500s. And we're pretty excited about that. It's not only allowing us to replace some older vehicles in our fleet, but also to expand the number of vehicles in the fleet. This purchase as well would allow us to retire an older vehicle in the next year or so. We are scheduled to retire up to 4 of them, if not by the end of the current fiscal year, early into the next. We did purchase the Bobcat, and it's getting a lot of use. And the town's first brine machine. We had anticipated purchasing 2, however, the cost exceeded what we had projected for 1, which allowed us actually to buy accessories for the 2 Ram 2200s. We actually overspent the budget on those. We purchased salt spreaders and plows for those 2 vehicles. There was or at least that overage was reconciled with a $70,000 allocation of unrestricted CIP, plus in order to cover this, the expense of this vehicle, an allocation of $15,000 of ARPA money.
Okay.
And of course, we purchased, we've actually ordered the new leaf vac machine. We'll purchase it probably in August. We'll pay for it probably in August when we expect delivery. So we've
Okay.
done extremely well in terms of upgrading and expanding our fleet of vehicles.
I'd say so. So now, I know we don't have very many folks from public here listening, but in case for folks who might see this later, when you're looking at a 2200 is what you're considering a small duty truck, correct?
Actually, yes,
Okay. And which is that would be comparable to saying if someone was getting a Ford F-250.
that's
something
right.
like
That's correct, sir.
Okay, so we're not talking about like Ford Rangers and stuff like that, just for
That's right.
folks
Yeah.
understanding
Mhm.
that they're
Good
different
point. Thank you.
meetings. And medium duty is more like a 350
550.
or 550.
The 5500 is equivalent to the 550 Ford.
Okay. That's a medium duty truck.
That's a medium duty truck. And it's
Wow.
huge.
That's big.
It's
I
big.
was gonna say,
If you haven't seen them, you should drop by Queensbury.
I
I guess you're
I'll
there, so take a look.
definitely check them out, you know? I mean, those are substantial size vehicles, but I mean, but for
In
you
fact,
all,
the
it's
brine machine is going on one of them.
okay.
Mhm.
Okay, hence the size needed.
Yes.
Okay. Any questions from council on this? I'm gonna preempt that, and I'm gonna say the E word, electric. I take it this is something that might be coming in the years down the road, but is that something that you're keeping track of and seeing where performance is for vehicles of this size?
Or when they're gonna be available.
Okay,
Right now, they're not.
yeah, it's,
At the two, equivalent of the 250 and above are not
Okay.
available in electric or hybrid
yeah, okay,
at this time.
And when we get into the larger trucks, cost also becomes a consideration.
yes.
Definitely. Mhm.
Because like a small trash truck that's electric will run, what is it, Ivy? It's over 400
It's over $400,000.
for
Yes.
for a small trash truck, and
It's a lot.
that's a lot for a small trash truck.
It's a lot.
And delivery is still out quite a ways. A nearby community just got its street sweeper that was ordered more than a year ago.
Wow. Electric street sweeper.
Yep.
Okay. Any questions? from
believe-
council?
I'll just remark that I believe that same community has had an small electric trash truck, refuse truck in operation for about 2 years now. And so if the sort of order to delivery time, well, I'll just poke ahead. The fiscal year 25 small trash truck, is that anticipated to be electric? Because the price tag is similar to what you just said.
If we could get it for that price, sir, yes.
Okay, I'm wondering if we need to order early. I also see we don't have funding for that. If there might be some way that we can figure out how to span fiscal years and order in advance in order to get the truck that we want. So just something for discussion perhaps later in the year. This is next fiscal year that we're talking about, but it'd be nice to see what we can do to make that happen.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm kind of on the fence about that. I mean, I see the logic in it. It's, and I'm not sure which community you're talking about who has an electric trash truck now, small one. Or what they're, Hyattsville?
It's Hyattsville. Yeah, I was referring to another company on the street sweeper, though. I can't remember which of
okay.
them. Yeah.
And I think it's great that Hyattsville can go out, and pick up a small electric trash truck, being that they're 5 times the size we are. Great, wonderful, fantastic. I would kind of want to see, where things come in the years, see if prices come down, anything like that. You might be looking by 25 or 26, picking up a small trash truck for less than 450. That depends, that remains to be seen. I guess this is something we just need to stay on top of, both in terms of what the market's doing, what is happening either at the state or federal level with incentives, and to keep that in mind in the coming years.
I believe that the state is pushing an effort to have all of their to have a large selection of electric vehicles on their contracts. So it might be that we can
And if
ride on that.
And if we can do that and it's at an attractive price, sure, why not? Absolutely. I agree.
But I'll just remind you, Councilmember Lingua, that if we can buy an electric vehicle that might have a longer lifetime compared to an internal combustion vehicle, that we need to take that into account. So we have a 20% premium in price, but a 40% increase in lifespan, then that starts to become attractive.
Okay. Okay. Next up, are we going to streetlight acquisitions?
Yes, sir.
Here we go. Page 236 for you folks following at home. Director Lewis.
Thank you. So this program continues the purchase of streetlight poles to have them in our inventory for new projects, but mainly for replacing existing poles that are damaged. We also purchased the LED light kits from this budget at the new 3000 Kelvin standard. We're proposing to increase this budget due to the planned expansion of the town's streetlight inventory, with the assumption of responsibility for streetlights in Riverdale Park Station. I think my estimate was definitely over 100 lights will come into the town's inventory when that transfer takes place.
Okay.
And our inventory actually will expand with the dual globe streetlights that they currently have in that community. We'd like to keep some on hand for replacement.
Okay.
And the program this year is funded from unrestricted CIP.
Okay. Council, any questions?
If I might, Director Lewis, do we still have a significant inventory of Pepco-owned streetlights, or are they mostly ours now?
In town, I'm not sure. I would think a slightly higher number of Pepco poles. Our streetlight poles are largely on Queensberry, Riverdale Road within the town center, and soon to be on 54th Avenue. The rest of the town is Pepco.
As I understand it, we might, and there's a process underway for transfer of existing streetlights to municipal control, and from what I've heard, it's can be quite a cost savings. And so perhaps not in this year's budget, but I'd just be interested in following up on that at some point.
One of the complaints we've heard on that is that you get them in the condition that they're in. They might be old poles, a streetlight that would transfer to the town.
Absolutely understood. And, I know a lot of the concern is that Pepco will want to be paid for those lights when they get in, and discussing with them what should be paid, and in fact, should they be paying us for some of them?
Exactly. Exactly.
So
for the older ones. Yeah, they have a different style in Madison Hill street, more ornamental than the typical Pepco streetlight pole.
Yeah, this is just a sort of long-term thing to keep your eye on, that if we can take those over, and in fact we do realize the cost savings by doing so, then it's worth it. There was a community, I believe it was in New England, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, I don't remember which, and when they did the transfer, then their annual operating expenditures for streetlight maintenance and so on dropped by a factor of 10. And so if we could see something like that, then I think it would be quite worthwhile.
We actually heard that. We got a solicitation from a company that is assisting municipalities in making that decision, and they quoted similar reductions in costs.
Okay, well, let's keep an eye on that and see if we can make it work.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Thank you, Director Lewis.
Thank you.
We are on to sticking with, we're moving on to, okay, we are skipping over the trolley trail lighting and going to
Yes.
police weapons.
Yes, police weapons on page 239.
Okay. Deputy Chief Turner.
Hello again. The police department is looking to replace its aging handguns. The last significant purchase was in 2016. The average life expectancy of firearms is anywhere from 5 to 7, 7 to 10, depending on which studies you read. However, the department utilizes green ammunition whenever we have an opportunity to purchase it. That's a little harder on the weapon. So we have had them inspected by an armor, and we had to have one gun had to have significant repairs. So it was recommended that it was time to move in that direction.
Okay,
The cost would include the night sights, which improve the officer's accuracy in low light situations. We're replacing the gun with the same existing firearm that we use today, so there'll be no additional cost for holsters and magazine pouches and things, which actually makes it easier on training because we went to a different caliber or a different make of weapon. Everybody would have to recertify, additional recertification to what we already have to do. And this funding would be coming from CIP unrestricted. And if there's
Okay.
any questions.
And Deputy Chief, as you explained it to me, the current firearms would be basically traded in, and we would give those to the supplier and then receive, it's almost like trading in a vehicle.
Correct.
We would receive a credit for that.
Yes, obviously, they have to inspect each weapon based on the price,
Right.
so.
okay. So essentially, these purchases are made through a third party and not through the manufacturer.
Correct, it's from a local dealership.
Okay. Okay. Council, any questions?
How many does this cover?
This covers,
30.
you saw 30?
Yes,
Oh, there it is. Thank you. Appreciate it.
So, okay. Councilmember CD?
It says useful life 10 years, but you replace them every 5 to 7. Just seems a little weird.
no, I said, it depends.
Hang on.
Depends on the use of the firearm, the amount of rounds that go through it, and which type of ammunition you use. The life of the firearm can be less.
Yeah, I'm all for keeping our police force equipped with good equipment.
Thank you.
And to be clear, Deputy Chief, some use that these firearms would incur in their life is essentially in training and at practice ranges.
That's correct. So we never train at the minimum of what the Police Training Commission requires. We always go above and beyond. So we may put a few more rounds through it than other departments.
Okay. Combine that with the fact that you're trying to use green ammunition, it exacts a higher toll on the piece.
That is correct.
Okay. Makes eminent sense. Thank you, Deputy Chief. We are now going to which page?
Page 240, street furniture and waste receptacles.
The benches and the bins. My favorite.
You'll be happy to know that
Honestly, they are. I
Yeah.
think you can tell a lot about a community about how the upkeep and the use and the prevalence of the benches and their waste bins.
So you'll be happy to know that our order of 20 benches should have been delivered last week. If not, we should get them this week. And we anticipate installing them by the end of June.
Okay.
yeah, each of them is sort of situated differently, and we'll need to develop a plan on what we need to do to get the old ones out and the new ones in. This is an ongoing CIP project to acquire waste receptacles, dog waste stations, and recycling containers, since we have checked the bench box. We don't anticipate installing benches in new locations, but that could change.
Okay,
And this is funded with unrestricted CIP.
okay,
We may put a bench in Mount Rose if the funding isn't in that project to cover it, now that I think about it.
okay. Well, I look forward to seeing the design for that park, so. I think there's whatever we can do to make it work and to make it viable. It's fine by me. Any questions regarding this portion of the CIP from council? No, everybody's good? Okay,
So that concludes all of our acquisitions. The next
okay,
portion is just existing projects, but with some updates that we can briefly cover. And then the
Okay.
last portion is just existing projects, and we'll show just a list of the existing projects so that if anyone has any questions about any, we can cover those as well.
okay.
All right, so the first existing project with updates is electric charge stations, and that is on page 217.
All right, good morning again. This project, electric charging stations, is complementary to the initiative to purchase more electric vehicles. In this past year, we've actually purchased the 2 stations, small stations right next to, right at the front of the Department of Public Works building, taking up 2 spaces, so that now the electric vehicles, the 2 Ford vehicles I mentioned earlier, can be charged there overnight when the neighborhood services specialists are finished with using them. We still have additional funding available for the purchase of more charging stations, and we're expecting that if we have to have a vehicle, a much larger vehicle, that may require a different standard of charging station. So we've put that's the reason for the remaining expenditures being where they are. If there are any questions about this project, I'm happy to answer them.
Well, if I can jump in here, we're only anticipating expending $10,000 in the current year.
Right.
And so we had anticipated our expenditures being much higher, and that's not the case. So that money would naturally roll over into the following year unless it was moved out of here. And as
Right.
you can see on the bottom part of the page, project expenditures, we're transferring that balance of 75,000 to project number 23 GGO1. Mr. Jones, what project is that $75,000 being transferred to?
23.
That's the, sorry, go ahead.
ARPA infrastructure project.
All right, so we just put it back there to then be reallocated.
Yep.
Okay. And we're not anticipating additional charging stations other than what we'll complete by the end of this fiscal year. Is that correct, Mr. Chelton?
That's correct.
Any questions, Mr. Chair, or members of the council?
I have a quick question, and the answer can wait until after this meeting. I don't need it today. And that's just what the wattage capacity of the existing electric stations is. Are they 6 kilowatt stations or are they larger? And so just be interested to know that at some point.
Yeah, that I don't know. But these are the quick charge stations, oh, I believe, correct, Mr. Shelton?
I can follow up with you, Mr. Mayor, on the specifications on the charging stations.
Okay, I know that the connector that it has is capable of well over 6 kilowatts, but most of them of that type are 6 kilowatts. So just curious, because as you said, Director Shelton, you know, the larger vehicles we're considering might require a bit more juice to charge them up.
I didn't have any questions. Councilmember Siddiq, do you have any questions?
Are they actually green?
Do they glow?
I believe the charging stations do have a green tint to them. Yes.
Thank you.
So the next existing project that we have with an update is Town Center fencing.
So this has been on the books for a while now. I believe we have to work with CSX to actually have access to the location where fencing makes sense. Right now, for the property the town currently owns, there's no place to put the fence. It's also possible that we can incorporate this in the town center redesign project, but so it is funded for, it was funded in the current fiscal year, not proposed for funding in FY 2024. And I believe the funds were reallocated actually to another project.
Yeah, so we can go down to the bottom of the page, please, to show the expenditures. And so we had transferred the money out of this current year, so it was not funded in the current year. And so it's going to cease unless it's able to be rolled into the redesign of the parking lot, as Director Lewis had mentioned. And as an overarching challenge we have is the acquisition of the other CSX properties, where exactly our property line is as it relates to CSX, and then CSX's ownership of their parking lot of Maple Munch and the Veterans Memorial. So we're still navigating that as well.
And I'm noting that the transfer is to the municipal center renovations. Is that correct?
Yes, so that was done in the current year when we were anticipating increases because of supply chain issues and things of that nature. So that action was taken last year this time.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Are we moving over to page 219?
The next is actually 220, building weatherization.
Okay. Director Lewis.
So this program proposes to continue activities to improve conditions in the Boys and Girls Club. We've come a long way. We have a new HVAC system. We have new windows, of course, a new roof, and some other improvements. In FY 2024, we anticipate more interior improvements to the drywall and flooring, and actually trying to see if we can fund upgrades to the restrooms, actually to meet ADA requirements out of this year's budget for the program.
Okay.
And the project is funded with unrestricted CIP.
And you're expecting to see that completed by the end of next fiscal year.
Yes.
Great.
And for the building to get a lot more use by both Public Works and the community. We could
Great.
actually use it for meeting space.
That would be great. It's a good little project to see move forward.
Yes.
Okay. Questions from the council?
I have none.
No? I'm sure you've seen that building go through many iterations, Mr. Mayor. Okay, next up would be,
Page 222, building demolition and parking lot development.
here we go.
So this program involves the Queensberry properties, and we expect demolition within the next 2 to 4 months. We have yet to apply for the building permit because the county requires at this stage that we have an asbestos assessment done and remediate the problem if in fact it's found. We anticipate that it will be. The only change here really is how the program is being funded. As the town manager mentioned, for the second year, we requested state bond funding in the amount of $335,000. We were certainly more successful this year with the $100,000 allocation, but it doesn't cover the full budget anticipated for the program. And so $150,000 of ARPA money has been added to this project so that it can move forward.
Okay,
So the one of the town's on-call engineers is currently preparing the design and engineering for the project and anticipate getting county permits for stormwater work. That's a part of the project.
okay. Any questions from council on this project?
I have none. Mr. Chair, I would request that we could have a small recess. We've been in session for 2 hours.
Yes, you know, I was thinking about that, but I was thinking if we, Director Jones, how many more items do we need to accomplish under CIP?
Well, we have just one last existing
Okay,
with changes. And then at that point, it would just be, we would just show a list of the existing projects. And then if anyone wanted to go into any of those.
okay.
Yeah.
Why don't we, Mr. Mayor, how about we take care of that last project, then we'll take a recess. Does that work for you?
That works.
Okay,
And it
I
can be
have no
found on page 228, neighborhood safety camera system.
okay, 228. Okay,
So of course, camera installation is underway now for 5 locations identified last year. This program would expand the number of cameras by 2 or 3 in new locations in our Pocket Park and Tot Lot on 54th Place and on the Kennedy Paper Street adjacent to a vacant lot that attracts a lot of men who, if you will,
Nighttime
trash the
activity.
place on a regular basis. Yeah, there's a lot going on in that adjacent vacant lot. And I think with security cameras here would actually have an impact, positive impact on the safety of residents who actually use that lot to get in and out of the community. There's a cow path through it, just showing how much use it gets from members of the community.
okay,
And the project is receiving $22,000 in ARPA funds, otherwise unrestricted CIP.
okay. So 22,000 from there, and we're putting in the additional 27 and 26.
And Director Lewis, do you have a time frame of when the current cameras will be installed and online?
They should be within the next couple of months. The poles are in, I believe the cameras are installed or soon to be installed. And the next stage after that is getting the Wi-Fi service and uploading the application on computers in the dispatch office.
Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Chair, Councilmember Siddiq has his hand up.
I was about to say, Councilmember Siddiq.
Is the area well lit?
Certainly, the Park will have new lighting. I don't recall for the vacant lot. Mr. Shelton, can you help me there? That property is located behind the BP station on Kenilworth and Jefferson. And so maybe partially well lit in terms of lighting coming from that facility. I'm not sure about that.
And so I understand the ability of cameras to help identify criminal activity, but also lighting's been shown to reduce criminal activity and helps with cameras if they can have a better resolution in better lit situations.
Of course, lighting is going up on 54th Place. Hopefully within the next several months, that project will get underway. I'm not sure how much impact that would have on that vacant lot, but just generally, we're improving the lighting along that roadway, in that multifamily corridor.
So I would suggest that our property will be fairly well lit because it's open there to 54th. The parking lot has lights as well as some of the multifamily buildings have lights on them that are like, I'll call them spotlights that are attached to the multifamilies. But we definitely can have the design folks take a look at this, and if additional lighting is needed, we can add lighting, both from a SEPTED perspective, as well as from ensuring the cameras are going to work. The town currently has a grant program, and Mr. Shelton, correct me if I'm wrong, for our multifamily folks to help those buildings add not just cameras, but lighting and other types of public safety related improvements. So with how that area is positioned, the best lighting may actually come from the neighboring properties, and we can assist them in doing that.
Yeah, I think that'd be a tremendous benefit. Light seems to help a lot in alleviating or restricting crime. So certainly we can make those properties aware of what's available to them and improve the lighting in that area.
It's a great recommendation, sir, and we'll follow up on that.
Agree. Any other questions or comments?
So I presume the vacant lot is privately owned. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Do you believe that there's any possibility that we could do modest improvements to the cow path just to assist the residents who are passing through? So work with the property owner to put down gravel or something like that.
I've met with the property owner there, sir, and it's been a little while since I sat down with them, but at the time there was no interest in making any changes. Mm-hmm. or any improvements. There are several owners. It's one of those weird parcels where you have one party owning 30 feet of something and this, that, and the other. But the vast majority of the parcel is owned by the same individuals that own the BP gas station. And when I met with them, they showed little interest in doing anything, even routine maintenance to their property, until they anticipate developing that into a multifamily building at some point in the future.
Okay, well, it's also been a while since I've walked through that property. I did do that pre-pandemic in the the before times, and there's quite a bit of trash and weeds, and so perhaps we might encourage them to do more maintenance with some encouraging visits from neighborhood improvement.
Yes, sir. And I look forward to that whole area getting improved.
Okay, thank you.
Agreed. Any other questions or comments? Okay, hearing none. As requested, we're going to take a brief recess for now. 10 minutes, Mr. Mayor, does that work for you?
That would be fantastic. I
10
can
minutes,
walk
15 minutes.
10 minutes. I can walk up and down the block, have a little coffee.
Let's
those
go
things.
this. We'll meet back here at 11:50. Okay, we'll go from there.
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
He'll be joining shortly.
Okay. Okay. What my thoughts are on this is we have this, and we have the public safety and public projects, public works budget to go through. The thing, we take a portion of this, we conclude the CIP part, and I didn't know if staff wanted to go which portion of the budget was going to go first. It was going to be public safety or public projects. I was thinking after one of those two, take a break for lunch and then go from there, and then come back and conclude. Does that sound reasonable, or would folks just want to plow right through? Excuse me.
As always, sir, the staff team will defer to the council.
Members of the council, your thoughts on this?
So, Mr. Chair, is your thought that we would actually touch on each of these, or we would just, council could ask questions about any that are on here, and we could touch on the ones that council had questions on?
Run that one more time again.
So is your intent that we will visit each of these pages and discuss them, or simply that members of the committee can, or attendees can request to focus in on projects that are of concern? Because, for instance, the town common seal project, I don't need an update on that.
Right.
The council chambers camera, I don't need an update on that, and so on. And so that could save us a good bit of time, but if we're going to visit each one, that's fine. I just wanted to know what your thought
I
was.
don't really see it as something where, we need to be, visiting each one. Like you said, I'm pretty aware of what's going on with the seal project, town common seal project. Probably if there were three things I would like to know about, where things stand. One of them would be the street and sidewalk improvements, the ARPA public Wi-Fi, and the municipal center renovation. Those would be the three that, I would have questions on, and then other stuff I think we can if anyone has questions on or wanted to find out more, we could do so between now and prior to us approving this budget.
Okay, I would like to add
Go ahead.
like to add the Adam and Emily Plummer Park to your list.
Sure.
And I think that's the only other one. Curb ramp improvements also.
Okay, I did want to keep it to 3, so being the magic number. Councilmember Siddiq, care to weigh in?
Nothing to add.
Okay.
So that would be a total of 5.
Yes,
That's pretty
that'd be
close to
5.
3.
That is. Staff, you decides which ones you want to talk about first. I'll leave that to your deference.
So Director Lewis, if you could cover Adam and Emily Plummer Park, the curb ramps, the streets and sidewalks, and the municipal center. I believe those 4 are yours.
Yes, sir. So on the Adam and Emily Plummer Park, we have come up with a solution for stormwater management on the site. The engineer assigned to the project is we've greatly simplified what we thought we needed to do. And so we're waiting for the engineer to give us basically a landscape maintenance plan that would achieve to at least direct stormwater to one end of the property where we could have a bioretention facility or something similar. And so we anticipate in 2024 to fully implement the lazy meadow concept on the property, to complete the stormwater work within the next couple of months, and then to have the project or the park actually fully built out in FY 2024.
I think, you know, getting this, you know, the stormwater management and everything dialed in is very important on this particular property that the town has. It just sits right at a point that's just seeing much more activity up in that area than in previous years. So being that it's taking on a new life, getting that squared away and getting that resolved as best as you're able is a priority. And if this is something, my feeling is this is something that staff needs to come back to council on for any augmentations or anything, not to hesitate.
Right.
Would
Okay.
you agree, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, I would agree. I had the electronic version of the budget open and I was zooming in on the map to see what was on there. And so.
Did
a
you
little bit
like that?
distracting.
Did you like that lazy meadow look?
Oh, I do. Just wanted to see. So just out of curiosity, the stormwater area bioretention would be in the upper right-hand corner of the park. Is that correct?
That's correct. Mhm.
Okay. I've just wanting to see if there's any mark on that existing drawing, but I didn't see one. So just curious.
So no, that concept actually didn't deal with sort of how stormwater would be managed. But we knew immediately after it was done that that had to be a priority or first step.
Right. Well, there were some soil samples that showed that percolation was almost non-existent, and so had to do some plans. Okay, thank you. That's all. That sounds good.
Okay.
Appreciate the update.
Thank you.
You know, being that you brought this up, I got one more question on this thing. Being that you brought up the upper right-hand corner. I know on the other side of that where River Tech Court runs, a little to, as that view is essentially a north-facing view to the east or to the right. On the other side, there is another stormwater retention pond over there. Is that going to work in coordination with that, or are they going to act as two separate retention ponds?
Act as two separate retention ponds. That facility is at a higher grade than our
Oh, it
park.
is.
It is.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
And
we looked at getting water into it, and it's certainly costly and problematic to achieve, really,
Okay.
without a lot of regrading and cost.
And frankly, then we would be tied up with DPI for another year and a half. So
My favorite four-letter acronym.
So by handling this as a landscape maintenance issue,
Okay.
we're able to not have to go through DPI. we're going to have a field with trees and different features, and we're able to change the grade by less than 12 inches. And there's a whole host of things that we can do to appropriately deal with stormwater without having to go through a long drawn out DPI process.
Okay. And that project's not going to affect the home that is adjacent to the property on the east side, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
Okay, just have to ask those obvious questions just to make sure. Okay, thank you very much. I'm looking forward to seeing this. It's a good fruition for this property.
I can move to curb ramps and streets and sidewalk next, if you like.
However you guys want, however staff wants to handle this is fine by me.
Okay. Actually, we have a bid on the street currently for a construction company to build out the 12 road improvement projects that the council authorized. We're pretty excited about that. We had the pre-bid meeting on Thursday and proposals are due on May 17th. We had at least 3 companies attend the pre-bid meeting. We're no longer making them mandatory, so it's possible we'll get bids from more than the 3 that attended.
If I may, Director Lewis, whoever's controlling the screen, I know curb ramps was mentioned, but can you go to the street and sidewalk project that Director Lewis is talking about?
Actually, I'm talking about both because for the last 2 years, we've actually incorporated funding from curb ramps into our street and sidewalk improvement projects, because that's typically a part of the improvement anyway. And so we're doing that again this year, especially on Queensberry, west of Route 1. We'll have some new curb ramps going in, as well as the Continental crosswalks, and just throwing in some flashing signs along with it. And so the projects are pretty scattered. We have 50th Place and Riverside Drive is included as one of the projects. We actually have a stormwater project in the package for Taylor, starting at Oglethorpe and extending. It's actually installing a new storm drain line on Taylor Road from Oglethorpe to Madison to address the problem we have there with the constant discharge of a sub pump from a resident on Oglethorpe.
Okay, and project will continue down to south of Madison, correct?
That's right, to the existing inlet south of Madison. And we're looking for county municipal participation funding for this. The DOE staff received a copy of the engineer's design and cost estimate, and we're waiting to hear back on whether or not the project is eligible. It certainly should be. We've talked to them about this in the past, and so we're hopeful that it is eligible for funding, and we'll go into that process, which I'm told takes about 2 to 3 months. And so the rest of the project are road improvement, repaving projects.
And whoever's controlling the screen, can you move up so we can see the anticipated expenditures? Yes. Thank you. So in the current year, Director Lewis, you're thinking 131,000 will be spent in the current year, and then the balance of the 1-2.
Yes, if we can get a contract in place by the end of May, we should see some work in this fiscal year.
And just for clarity, you have how many projects that are currently out to bid?
It's a package of 12, I believe.
Package of 12. And so the 1-2, are you anticipating that the 1-2 will only cover that 12, or you'll be able to add some additional locations?
I'm sorry, repeat the question.
You have 1.2 for next year. Are you anticipating those 12 consuming that 1.2, or is it going to be more in the $800,000 range and you'll have additional funds for other projects?
It is possible we'll have additional funds for other projects. In fact, they pop up all the time. We learned about a speed hump on Cleveland that actually is aligned to driveway. There was a pothole there that residents reported, but that's not a place for a speed hump. So we're going to actually add that project to this through the addendum process. And then I think just last week, we learned of another infrastructure issue that we probably need to address sooner versus later. But right now, the engineer's estimate is under $800,000, but then we'll have to see what the actual bids come in at.
Great. And any additional projects, we'd be taking those back to the council as well, the same as we initially took these 12 when we talked to them about what we're going to have designed.
Right. And of
Great.
course, the package includes the traffic calming projects for Riverdale Park Station. And so the timing of a contract and the transfer are going to coincide pretty well.
Thank you.
And last but certainly not least, if there are no questions on
No, I have none.
Well,
Uh,
if I may, Ms. Lewis, if whoever's controlling the screen, can you go to the project above this with the curb ramps? Director Lewis mentioned, if you can show please the revenue and expenditures. Thank you. Mentioned at how these projects coincide hand in hand, but I think it's important to note that we are increasing funding for these accessibility ramps. We've had a program where we've wanted to make sure we're demonstrating that every year we're trying to add these accessibility ramps. But in next year, we're projecting to do more as it relates to the curb ramps.
including repair.
Okay.
Thank you. Do you know approximately how many ramps this is?
At one time, we had an estimate of $8,000 for an intersection.
So,
maybe
Intersection having how many ramps? 2 or 4?
2 to 4,
Okay.
maybe 3, depending on the intersection.
let's say it averages out to 3, then that would be, that's a lot of ramps. So, okay, thank you.
It is. Looks great, you know.
So if I can move on to the Municipal Center project, I'm happy to report,
Please.
very happy to report that we have both permits. We received the town hall permit last November, December, and the permit for the police department in March. And we are coming to the council on Monday with a request to authorize the manager to sign a contract with one of the bidders. That detail is in your staff report. And we hope to have a contract signed by mid-May and the project to start 45 to 60 days later, if not sooner. It really depends on the timing for mobilization. We're pretty excited about the company. We're recommending to the council. They have experience with federal projects administered by GSA. Their references were good, and they're local. And so we're eager, obviously, to get this project started and completed.
Sounds great.
That is fantastic.
And we'll delve deeper into the scope of the project at Monday's council meeting in terms of how the money will be, the budget, and upgrades in the council chambers.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair, I can't remember.
Yes.
I can't remember the 5th project. There were the 4 that Ms. Lewis had. What was the 5th project that the council would like questions answered on?
Throw up that list again.
I believe it was the ARPA Wi-Fi project.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Precisely.
Director Shelton.
Director Shelton.
I'd be happy to speak about this. And
Awesome.
all right, staff have worked with the town's engineering firm to prioritize 6 locations within town. The engineering firm used demographic information and knowledge of existing infrastructure to help select the 6 locations. And now staff are finalizing a draft RFI, or request for information, which would prompt potential vendors to share with us the technology and systems that could be used. After the technology and systems have been decided upon, an RFP, or request for proposal, will be released, and after that, a vendor can be selected and installation can begin. But if there are any questions about this project, I'm happy to answer them.
Be interested to know what the locations were.
Exactly.
I'd be happy to follow up with everyone on the council with where those locations are.
Thank you.
Please. Thank you. That was it.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Councilmember Siddiq has
Oh.
his hand up.
My apologies. Councilmember Siddiq.
Thank you. This seems like it would have been a tremendous project 5 years ago, but from my observation, it seems like everyone is just using 5G and LTE now and wouldn't need Wi-Fi. Is there some indication there's ongoing demand for Wi-Fi connectivity?
There are some individuals who do not have access to the internet as it stands, and this would be a means for them to access that. I think in order to quantify the demand, that we could certainly look into that, but that we do not have an objective result for that right now.
Councilmember Siddiq, I would say from my own experience that there are a significant number of people who do not have enough 5G access that they can access many of the features of the full internet. So they may have monthly bandwidth limitations or issues like that. And I think that this would help address those issues.
And I certainly would have agreed with you a few years ago, but from my observations, and having just re-upped a cell phone plan, the data bandwidth available at the basic rate is significantly larger than it was even just a few years ago. And it seems like more and more people are just happy to surf all the time. And this is a fairly large line item. And I just wanted to be sure it's being allocated in the most useful fashion.
Gosh, I think this is actually, because while there might be more bandwidth, you might be looking at folks who are looking at smaller data plans. And anytime that they're not having to go on and use data plan, and there are sites and things that you go on to that are very, shall one say, data rich or data heavy, in terms of that you click on it or something and it's just, there's a lot of data is required to upload that page fully. And these days, 10, 20 gigs doesn't get you very far in a month. And that can easily be ran over just with nominal use. And if you're sitting here and you're looking at families and kids got to get on one way for school or something like that, and they need to do it through a Wi-Fi or something, or in a fair number of instances, the tablet that the kid is bringing home from school is probably the most capable computing device in that family, is where most folks are working off handhelds. So if this is something where, for looking at it to 300, last year 260. As I'm trying to read this, I wish I ate more carrots. 280 for the number of residents we have, to be able to stand up a project like this. I kind of find it worth it. I know it can seem high, but for what it's going to return, it's going to be able to give residents, especially, once we, learn where the location is for the Wi-Fi. I think it's worth it. I think our biggest challenge is going to be in the future, just being able to maintain and operate the Wi-Fi and essentially keep at bay opportunists using the Wi-Fi for counterproductive reasons.
And if I may add, and Director Shelton, correct me if I misspeak on any of this, but it's my understanding that when staff put together this concept, and we'll await the locations from Director Shelton, but this was an ARPA-funded project that would, I imagine those locations are in what's known as the qualified census tract. So these locations, unless something's changed, are going to be south of 410. And in our discussions, we talked about a focus of helping folks in our low to mod income areas. And I'll ask Director Shelton to put together a summary for the council, and I'll give him some of my time on Monday night's meeting to speak to the council's questions on Monday evening.
Okay.
In terms of the location and providing additional clarity in that to the council on this.
Okay. Any other questions or comments on this? Okay.
I'm good.
Okay. Director Shelton, thank you very much. Okay.
I believe I may have missed this before, but at what point were we going to discuss the ARPA portion of the budget?
That we did. That we did. Okay. Right. Why don't we go to that? And having made one suggestion, I'm going to make a second, just so that it's a clean break. Being that we are at 12:20 right now, I would say this. Let's go over this part, break for lunch, come back, and then we'll take care of public safety and public projects. Does that sound agreeable to everybody?
Yes.
Okay. I only heard one voice.
Thumbs up from Councilmember Sid.
Okay, so all right with staff?
We defer to the council, sir.
I'm asking, is this all right with staff?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay. Director Shelton.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Lingua. As the town manager had mentioned earlier, all of the ARPA funds have been allocated and will be spent before the deadline at the end of calendar year 2024. There aren't too many significant changes made to the spending plan, which was presented at last year's budget meeting, but I would like to highlight that the Farmers Market Dollars program is funded throughout the end of calendar year 2024. As staff has mentioned before, it is our intention to find additional grant revenue sources for this program. But I did want to include that this was funded through ARPA throughout the end of calendar year 2024. The fiscal year 24 budget will continue the purchase of PPE and testing kits using ARPA funds.
Okay.
And the proposed budget also continues expenditures in the household assistance program, which helps with rent, mortgage, and utility relief for those who've fallen behind on those payments. It also continues expenditures in the programs to assist small businesses. And the last three sections are showed the ARPA funds used for infrastructure projects, which were covered in the CIP portion of the budget, government services, and administrative costs. And if there are any questions regarding the programs using ARPA funds, I'd be happy to answer them.
One comment I will make, and this is really a credit to staff and a number of years of just good preparation throughout, is the out of the $6.4 million funding from the federal government that we own, that our total revenue replacement was $100,000, which is approximately 1.5% of the total amount. And I think that goes to just being in a position, being ready for just such an occasion, that we were able to meet the demands that were before us at that time. And I just want to give my credit to staff for helping council reach that position, so that we were able to address matters when this day came. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So can I have a comment or question on the public health section, which I believe is page 252?
Please.
With the ending of the federal public health emergency that happened either this month or will happen next month, depending on exactly what program is impacted, I'm anticipating that there will be new vaccines available sometime either late this fiscal year or early next fiscal year. And it's unclear whether those are going to be paid for at the same level. And so the question is whether some of these public health dollars might be used to help assist our residents in paying for those vaccinations if needed.
I'm going to confirm, but I believe that these funds could be used for that purpose.
Okay, so maybe in the 24 we could move 5,000 from PPE into the vaccination, or we could just assume that the money can move around a little bit within those subcategories.
I would defer to the finance department on exactly how they like to present that information, but yes, I believe those funds could be used for that purpose.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah, it wouldn't be an issue for us if we wanted to move money from PPE or COVID testing to any of the items listed in here.
Okay, just wanted to be sure. Thank you.
It's a good point. Thank you for bringing that up. Okay. And Director Shelton, you're seeing that by the end of 2026, expenditures will be completed?
Yes, they will be completed.
Okay. Is when, I know it's a number of years out, and this is just a ballpark estimate. Do you see that occurring calendar year? Because that's what ARPA essentially bases, or the federal government base the expenditures on. Do you see that wrapping up by third or fourth quarter of that year?
Yeah, so I'm just thinking of third or fourth quarter with calendar versus fiscal. As you mentioned, you need to keep those, we need to keep those straight. But it's our,
Yeah,
it's
I
our belief that the funds will be, all the funds will be expended by the end of calendar year 24, which would be 6 months into fiscal year 25.
All the expenditures will be done by end of 24?
That is our plan at the moment.
Or allocated by the end of 24?
If any of the projects fall behind, then they will have to be allocated, but it is our belief that all of the expenditures could at this moment be spent by that time.
So expenditure done by the end of 2024, as opposed to the end of 2026.
That's correct.
Wow, impressive. Okay.
And Director Shelton, do you have or Deputy Director Jones, do you have an anticipated schedule for obligation of the funds? Which I believe if there's a clawback will probably be, if they're obligated, then we will not be asked to return them. But if they're not obligated, we might be. Did I
Yes,
lose?
That's what he was just saying, I believe, that
Okay,
that expenditure would even be completed by the end of 2024. So my assumption is that obligation has already occurred.
That's correct.
Okay.
so I think there might be a distinction. You guys are freezing up, so if you can't hear me, then let me check my internet connection. I'm on the right network. So there may be a distinction and definition between federal obligation and municipal. Often obligation in the federal sense implies that you have a contract let and you may not have paid the contractor yet. And I don't believe that we are in that stage on a lot of these projects.
That is true. We can confirm the definition for the potential clawback news that we've been hearing about as well. We can confirm that we would be obligating under the federal obligation definition.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay. Councilmember Siddiq. Any questions?
No.
Okay. All right. We're at 12:30. Let's convene for lunch. Meet back here, say 1:15. We'll pick up there with public safety and public projects, order of which I will leave to staff to determine. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, folks. See you then. Part two, or second of two meetings regarding the 2024 fiscal year budget for the town of Riverdale Park. This section we will be covering public safety and public projects. As I said before, I'm going to leave it to staff to determine which one they would like to present first.
Gotcha. Director Barnes, what is it that we had on the published agenda?
We have police services first.
on the published agenda?
Yes.
Okay, so that's what we will go with.
Okay.
And I will note, we have Deputy Chief Turner presenting. And for the mayor and council's knowledge, we also have Chief Wixton's listening in today. And so she's on the call.
Why would he do that without telling me?
Okay, Deputy Chief Turner.
Yes, sir.
And if we could pause for 1 minute, Mr. Chair,
Okay.
the mayor sent a note in the chat that he lost the ability to listen in. So he was dropping off and then signing back on.
Okay. We can wait for that. Guess I should have taken note when he pulled the headphone away from his ear that it might be an indication that he's having audio trouble. Wasn't as quick to that tip as it normally would be.
It's been a long day, sir.
It's well, I mean, gosh, we're only 1:15 in the afternoon, you know. When they start at 4, what do you do?
Yep.
And we'll just, I guess we're just waiting for the mayor. Somebody comes back. He's got that lovely photo. Tell you what. That, by the way, to have you know, that tie in that picture. Oh, I'll have to tell you the story later. Anyway.
So, Mr. Mayor, are you able to hear now?
¿Me escuchas?
Yes, but I'm trying to get it onto my headphones rather than through the speakers, but go ahead.
Oh.
If it pleases Chair, Deputy Chief Turner, if you want to begin by covering the mission accomplishments and objectives, as well as your performance and workload measures, and anything else you'd like to share with the council and the community about the police services operation.
Sure. The police department is a full-service law enforcement agency that works with our residents, businesses, community partners, the broader staff team to deliver transparent, quality police services to address the needs of our diverse, growing community. Police services includes call centers of police administration. I'll touch on a couple of our accomplishments from FY 2023. We grew the department in line with the town's diversity and inclusion policy. We completed active shooter training for all sworn staff. Initiated crisis intervention training. All of our telecommunicators were recertified in the PowerPhone total response system. We created the community safety program manager position. We upgraded the body worn camera program. Fully implemented the National Incident-Based Reporting System, NIBRS. And 2 of our officers received performance awards, one from MML Police Executive and the other from Maryland Police of Chiefs Association. Some of our objectives moving forward in FY 2024 is to continue growing the department in line with the town's diversity and inclusion policy while still maintaining our high standards. Recruit well-trained, diverse, and inclusive applicant base. Fully implement the crisis intervention training for all staff members. Establish a parking management enforcement system. Expand our walk, bike, and drive safety initiative. Increase the neighborhood foot and bike patrols. If we could switch to the next page, please. So you'll see here some of our workload measures for FY 2022. In the FY 2023 goes until March 15th. So
Okay.
there's not a lot of changes you'll see. I won't go over each one of them directly, but most of the statistics remain the same. Obviously, our parking permits are up with the expansion of our parking permit areas. The number of moving violations is down slightly, but we expect that will probably come in line by the time the end of the year. Our driving under the influence numbers are down a bit, which is a good thing. And as well as our the number of firearms recovered. I'll move down a page to the bottom of the page to the performance measures. So there had been a question about the numbers that go along with this, and in the next when we complete the budget page, it'll have the actual numbers of incidents. So, but I have them here. So for FY 2022, the town had one homicide, 0 rapes, 16 robberies, 17 aggravated assaults, which include an assault with a weapon, 11 burglaries, which is commercial and residential, 189 thefts, 26 stolen motor vehicles, with an overall closure rate of 77%. And if you didn't see it, our average response time is 2 minutes and 41 seconds. So far this year, we have 0 rapes. We had 1 homicide, and we've had 12 robberies as of March 15th, but we've had 2 since then. So that's up a bit.
Mhm.
Aggravated assaults are at 11. Burglaries are at 10. Our larceny and theft is at 147.
Mm.
And our motor vehicles theft is at 35. So that's up a bit. And I think the numbers that we've seen increases, our partners, agencies and surrounding jurisdictions have seen the same that we've been in contact with, which puts our closure rate at 70% down just a touch, but our numbers are up some, so that's not alarming to us. As we move into the following page where we.
And Deputy Chief, if we could stay on this for a minute, I want to make sure I understand.
Okay.
So the robberies, the aggravated assaults, the burglaries, the larceny thefts, the motor vehicle thefts, those are all the types of violations that we investigate internally, correct?
That's correct. So the top 2 categories are investigated by the Prince George's County Major Crimes Division, but the rest of it is handled by a Riverdale Park investigator.
Okay, so when you add those up, you're in the mid 200s in terms of caseload that we investigate a year?
Give or take, yes, sir. So, some of these would be closed out from patrol on scene, like an on-view arrest, but however, the majority of them are handled by our investigation section.
Okay, all right, and thank you for clarifying that for me.
No, absolutely. And I think we're moving on now, unless there's some questions about this page.
The only thing I was going to say, and for your overall, you still have a month or so left. So I wouldn't consider a 10% aberration to be coming in lower when you still have time left in the fiscal year.
Correct. But most of these numbers were as of March 15th, so it was a little bit more than a month.
A few months, yeah, 3 months to go. So it's the only comment I had about that. Anyone else? Okay. Deputy Chief, please.
So one comment is that in the next budget cycle, there'll be no changes in the staff. We're not increasing the same allotted numbers. So was Gentry taking this portion of this?
Yeah, I can assist. So fiscal year 2024, we have a total budget amount of $3,822,000. The current fiscal year, we had an amount of $3,571,000. So we do have a modest increase there, but like much of the other departments, the majority of that comes from the salaries, wages, employee benefits, and overtime. Again, we are doing the 3.5% in the first half, and then again in January. So we do have a bit of an increase there. And that can be seen here in these significant changes. Additionally, we'd like to add that there is a vacant detective position and the hiring will be delayed until January 1st, 2024. And looking at the implementation of the electronic parking enforcement system in fiscal year 2024.
And if I can make a comment, and Deputy Chief, correct me if I misstate this at all. While in the budget book, we're calling it a vacant detective position. It's a police officer position. And how the chief or deputy chief allocate their resources, whether it's to patrol or to investigations, is how they are responding to things in the community to make sure that we can reach a 70 or 75% or 77% closure rate. So it's not a detective position where it's not a police officer. I want to make sure there's clarity here. This is a police officer position that has been previously authorized, and we're not asking for another position, rather that the position is anticipated to be assigned to the investigative section. Is that accurate, Deputy Chief?
That's correct, sir. I mean, obviously, when we hire somebody, we're not hiring a detective. It'll be somebody that we move from our patrol division into investigations and community policing.
And that's a temporary assignment, so you're able to cycle staff through.
That's correct.
All right.
That begs the question, currently right now, how many officers are handling CID?
Right now, there's a supervisor and one detective.
Okay, so you have 2 people.
Correct, but they also
Okay.
handle the community policing assignments also, so
Okay, but you have 2 people who are involved in that.
that's correct.
Okay. By the way it was sounding, the reason I'm asking is by the way it was sounding, it was like you have one person doing CID. Until, with that explanation now, with how you're rotating in an officer for CID. Okay.
Mr. Jones, can you then take us through any highlights and the actual budget things that are different year over year in different expense categories that the council may have questions about?
Yeah, so salaries and wages, as I discussed earlier, is attributed to the 3.5% first half and then again in January. So you see we're at 2,027,000 and up to 2,172,000 employee benefits, a lot of which are based off of the actual salary amount, have increased as well from 1,103,000 to 1,177,000. In contractual services, we had an approved amount for the current fiscal year of 28,000. Parking enforcement services is where we have a pretty large jump from 2,500 up to 24,000. The plan is to implement the new parking enforcement services. So, that explains why we're moving from 2,500 to 24,000.
Okay.
Additionally, we will no longer be housing the third-party collections here as that contract had expired.
Okay.
Deputy Chief, can you explain for the council what this additional parking enforcement module is?
Yes, it'll give us availability to automate our parking citations electronically, as well as the issuance of parking permits. And as well as we take on additional roads such as Riverdale Park Station, as we anticipate additional parking violations.
Okay.
So as we go through, we can take a look at some of our operating expenditures. Service charges have went up a very small increment from 1,500 to 1,700. Annual memberships went up $50, 2,500 to 2,550. Training and education is consistent with the
And,
previous.
and Mr. Jones, can you back up for a minute for me, please? Deputy Chief, line 6022, education and training, list a variety of types of training that officers may have attended or may not have attended. I believe in my discussion with you that some of this language needs updated. For the benefit of the full council, we had a question in regards to whether we have attended training from Caliber Press, the Street Survival Officers Program. And I don't believe this course, but there was a different course offered by Caliber Press that was controversial in some circles. Deputy Chief, can you address the description of the training and how training's vetted and whether we've had officers attend the warrior training that was brought to our attention offered by Caliber Press?
Sure. First off, we have never had an officer attend a warrior training. And we haven't scheduled any training through Caliber Press in the last 2.5 years. Generally, that training is always vetted by myself, Chief Gwixons, or one of our training coordinator, Sergeant Green. So yes, that does need to be updated.
Okay, and when you vet the training, you're making sure that it's following best practices and adhering to the town's policies and values?
Yes, and additionally, a lot of the times we pick up some of the training from our insurance company, Legit.
Okay. And thank you for that.
No problem.
Okay.
Mr. Jones, if you can continue, please.
Yes, so if we look here, equipment is pretty much consistent. We actually did reduce the 6067 maintenance and machinery from 12,720 to just 10,000, as we felt we didn't need as much in that particular category. Information technology went up $300. The total 4,280 up to 4,580. Postage has stayed the same. Office supplies have stayed the same. Operating supplies, we added an additional $200 there. For telephones and communications, we actually went up a bit for the telephone air cards. So the total for telephones and communications is 32,000. We're up to 41,500. Part of the telephone air cards, I believe, are for the cameras. So that explains why that has gone up from 13,000 to 21,000. The next is vehicles and transportation. We had a total of 215,500, and that total is now 208,500. So we actually reduced a bit of the transportation, gas and oil. We kept transportation vehicle body repair the same, as well as vehicle maintenance. Next is travel expenditures. We kept that the same. Total travel 66,350 for the current fiscal year and for next. And last is uniforms, going from 46,000 to 60,000. This includes uniforms and police gear, special purchases, and then we have our body camera and taser program. So here, we actually have increased that amount from 23,000 to 36,500, and that includes, before we had split it off, but we've actually combined the body cameras and the tasers into one category, 6056. So that explains why we went from 23,000 to 36,500. In doing so, we actually had some savings by combining it. While this line item is a bit higher, overall, we saved on the body camera and taser programs combined.
Well, was there a separate taser in previous years that was combined into this in current fiscal year? I'm just trying to understand.
Yes, we housed that. Where is it? Let me see. I can't recall off the top, but I can get that information for you, exactly where we housed that. But I know we had it split off separately, and we put it into combined it into 6056.
Anna is on the call. Anna, do you recall where it used to be housed?
I want to say it was 60, 67.
And was that an annual expenditure?
It was an annual expenditure. I believe the cost the last time was $5,999. But yeah, I recall it being under 60, 67, maintenance, machinery, and equipment.
Right here.
Yeah.
Okay, so I see that dropped by 6,700. So that's about the same amount that the other one went up. So just tracking that. Okay, so the estimated actuals are down. So you basically did that transition in this fiscal year, but you did it operationally this fiscal year, and you're wrapping it into the budget this year. That's fine. Just wanted to make sure I understood. Thank you.
Thank you. So the next we have is Police Administrative Services.
Can you
So
make it just a little bit bigger, Gentry, for us that have more experience? That's how I say it, Mr. Mayor.
Gotcha. Okay, so for the proposed amount for fiscal year 2024, we have a total amount of 111,338. Consistent with the current fiscal year, the staff headcount will remain unchanged. We have an amount of $98,045 for the current fiscal year. And as far as a significant change, like the other departments, the implementation of the revised pay range, 3.5% increase July 1st and 3.5% January 1st, 2024. That explains our increase here. Our salaries and wages going from 74,000 to 85,000. Employee benefits going from 23,000 to 25,000. And we kept operating expenditures pretty much the same, with an exception. Yeah, so mobile phones went from 480 to 500. This is a fairly small department in comparison to the others. So yeah, that's pretty much police admin.
Yeah, it is a smaller department, and just being familiar with very small departments, how and folks need time off or something like that. I wonder, did things then just stop dead in the tracks, or is someone able to address anything while that person's away?
No, it does not stop directing in his tracks.
Okay,
A lot of times our communications manager will pick up those duties.
okay. That's all I need to know. Okay. Any questions from council on this? No? Okay. Deputy Chief,
Yes, sir. We could move to the next page, please.
communications.
Public safety communications. The public safety communication services to provide a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week, full-service emergency communication and non-emergency support in an efficient, professional manner to enhance public safety and the safety of the town's police officers. Some of the accomplishments in FY 2023. I mentioned one of these earlier, all the dispatchers recertified in the power phone total response. We passed our NCIC meters audit with the Maryland State Police. We successfully planned for a future retirement of our communications manager by building depth within the public communications services. And some of our objectives are focused on continuing to provide a high level of service to the residents of Riverdale Park by answering emergency and non-emergency calls in a prompt, efficient, and professional manner and dispatching the appropriate response. I mean, it should be noted that we call this a public safety communications. However, our dispatchers answer the phone for all types of situations, whether be emergency, non-emergency, or police related. And sometimes it's for a sign down or a tree down or whatever. So there are constant communications with our different partners here in the town with neighborhood services and public works. And I think we could, unless there's some questions on this, we can move on to the.
Actually, if you could, explain, especially for folks who may see this later, you said one of the things previously was getting set up the PowerPhone total response system. And just wondering if you could go over that briefly, just so
Sure.
folks who might see this, watch this later, can be aware.
So it's a training application that we purchased that it runs our police dispatcher through scenarios, and they have to meet a certain level of standards to pass. It may be as as simple as a routine theft report or an active shooter call. And they have to dispatch the proper personnel, whether it be police, fire, or other type of emergency, and they have to meet these standards to be certified.
Okay. And that's it, and that's an extensive training that goes with that.
Correct. It's generally it comes through their field training when they're originally trained, and then each year. It's either each year or biannually we retrain. I think it's each year.
Okay.
So, and the communication manager developed that practice.
Okay.
Deputy Chief Turner, and is this the staff that will be monitoring the security cameras as they come online?
Yes, sir.
Or,
That's correct.
okay, thank you.
Any other questions, comments? No? Okay. Deputy Chief,
Yeah, I believe Gentry will take this portion.
Deputy Director Jones.
Yeah, so for police communications, the headcount will remain the same as in the current fiscal year, 2023. The approved amount for fiscal year 2023 was $521,000, and we have an increase to $573,000. Again, this is another department where the 3.5 and 3.5 play a part in the increase there. Outside of that, everything else is pretty consistent as far as contractual operating expenditures and other operating. 7,500 remained the same for overtime. For contractual services, we went up $100. And then for our operating expenditures, we actually went down a little bit. 7,844 was the approved amount. We have a total proposed amount for fiscal year 2024 of $7,364. So a total budgeted amount for this particular department is $573,255.
Deputy Chief, how has it been this past fiscal year, having an additional half person in communication services?
It's worked out well. It's difficult to actually get qualified personnel on a half position, but we were able to secure someone that actually works full-time somewhere else, and it helps cut down on the overtime costs.
Okay. Any other questions from council regarding this portion of the budget?
I'm good.
You're good? Councilmember Siddiq? Okay. All right.
Deputy Chief.
Yes, sir. If we could change to the next page, please. Next slide.
Community safety programs?
Yes.
Okay.
The Community Safety Program Services manages the town walk, bike, drive safety initiative, the town's safe speed for students, and other automated awareness and enforcement programs. Collectively, these programs focus on education, encouragement, engineering, enforcement to improve safety throughout the town. Some of the FY 2023 accomplishments. We work closely with the town's Department of Public Works and engineer to identify needed improvements on public information campaigns. We held community bike ride for the National Night Out. Maintain and manage current Maryland Highway Safety Office grants for impaired driving, speed enforcement, pedestrian safety, and occupant protection.
Okay.
Participated in an employee safety committee and taught drug and alcohol awareness curriculum at the local schools. Objectives for FY 2024 is to grow the walk, bike, drive safety initiative, continue building the walk, bike, drive safety campaign through education, outreach, engagement, and enforcement. We're going to reestablish child safety seat checks, focus on crime prevention through environmental design, and evaluate the safety for students versus a neighborhood enforcement program. And I think one thing that we didn't add to that is Officer Davis, who manages this program, is putting together a program to teach to high school students traffic stops. So we're going to do some mock traffic stops with the drivers, with our teenagers, to teach them, what to expect from a police officer if they're stopped, and the appropriate response and such. So we're looking forward to that.
Okay.
Is there any questions?
Yes, Deputy Chief Turner, can you explain the last printed bullet under the objectives, evaluate safety for students versus neighborhood enforcement program?
Sure. So in Prince George's County, we have the option of switching from a safety for students to a neighborhood enforcement program, where we can actually use automated enforcement on any of our town streets.
Okay, rather than having the school zones drive it. Okay,
Correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I did have one here on the objective that you have towards growing the walk, bike, drive, and safety initiative. How do you see that being accomplished?
Well, I think that altogether, it'll probably come in line with when we evaluate the safe fee for students and the possibility of switching to a neighborhood enforcement program. Is
Okay,
probably the biggest portion of that.
okay. So that's what's really gonna be the main factor.
I
And-
believe so.
And if I could add to that, Deputy Chief, and again, if I misstate something, please correct me. But Mr. Chair, I think also is the anticipation of having the red light camera program. That's part of the Walk, Bike, Drive Safety Initiative. It's a different automated enforcement program. We anticipate a RFP going out here in the next few weeks for both or for all three: parking enforcement, as well as for automated speed enforcement and red light enforcement. So I think the automated red light camera program, and then if the mayor's prediction is correct, perhaps there will be automated stop sign enforcement in the future as well.
Okay. Okay.
Mr. Jones?
Sure. So the total proposed budget amount for fiscal year 2024 is $484,531. The staff headcount remains consistent with fiscal year 2023. We have an approved amount of $463,841 in the current fiscal year, and we see that move up to the $484,000. Again, that is attributed to the implementation of the revised pay range plan. If we look at the contractual services portion, that has gone up a little bit as well, going from $357,500 to $375,000. We can take a look at that here. Again, the traffic red light program going from 2,500 up to 20,000. So that explains the difference that we have there.
Okay. Okay.
All right, so that concludes the police departments, and then we can move to public works.
Okay. Director Lewis.
Good afternoon. The department actually achieves this mission to provide the highest quality essential services in a prompt, courteous, safe, appropriate, and cost-effective way by focusing on 4 key areas. One of them is improving efficiencies. The best and most recent example is the decision with council support to purchase the all-in-one, one-person operated leaf vac vehicle to free up staff resources to focus on other essential services while leaf collection is underway. Another example is the training of the new team leader on using the street sweeper. Currently, only the other team leader is able to operate that vehicle at this time, and to have the new team leader train is going to make a really big difference in our ability to increase the number of times that we're actually doing street sweeping. Another area to help achieve our mission is ongoing training. All staff actually are scheduled for flagger training and certification next month. And in order to have proper setup and traffic management while working in the roadway, all staff are also participating in the municipal best management practices pilot program that I mentioned earlier. This is a 10-month training program for local municipalities within Prince George's County, and the Neighborhood Design Center with the local green-oriented firm is actually leading this program and focused on education about the installation and maintenance of bioretention facilities with an opportunity for cross-municipal networking, and to introduce communities to opportunities that will benefit their stormwater management and enforcement efforts. This program includes quarterly workshops and in-field demonstrations. Beyond that, in terms of training, we're seeking to get more staff certified in tree maintenance. We currently only have one staff member with the certification, though others have been trained on more low-level maintenance. I was happy to learn that more staff are interested in obtaining that certification. Another area that we're focused on to meet our mission is accountability. The new team leader structure with crew members assigned to each team has improved accountability and ownership of assigned tasks. We actually have crew members who are responsible for certain tasks, like repairing pavers, that have the backup staff that assist or takes on the tasks when that other person or staff person is unavailable. We're also focused on ongoing assessment. This is something I talk about annually on our infrastructure conditions. We do the annual road assessment survey as one example, but also staff has gotten in the mode of observing the condition of other infrastructure as they're moving around the community. In fact, one staff observed deteriorated condition on our benches and decided to assess all of them. And as you know, found that all of them needed to be replaced. As I mentioned earlier, we should have received the new benches last week. If not, we should have them this week, and installation of them are expected in June. And staff is also developing a plan to refresh older streetlight poles. And they've observed that a number of them need to be repainted, or we're actually trying to decide on the method for on accomplishments. There are several that we're really proud of, and I've mentioned this multiple times. The work that we've done at the Boys and Girls Club is just incredible. It's made a difference in the functionality of this building. We're not yet done, so it hasn't been opened up for community use, but certainly the potential is there with work that we anticipate happening between now and the end of this fiscal year, and the work that we hope to get done with funding in next year. Again, the team leader structure, I think, has met our expectations, and in terms of accountability and responsibility for certain tasks. They have geographic assignments. One of them is assigned to areas north of 410, the other one south of 410, and that's working well. They also reach out to each other for assistance, which is fine, but there's accountability for the team leader responsible for their respective area. Another accomplishment that we're proud of is purchasing the town's first brine machine to reduce salt use in the snow and ice removal operation. There was, of course, no chance to use it this past winter, but we will put it in operation at the first opportunity. And lastly, identification and engineering of the next round of road improvement projects. And as I mentioned earlier, a solicitation is on the street and bids are due May 17th. And we hope to have a contract in hand, if not by the end of May, by the 1st of June. Objectives for fiscal year 2024, just to name a few, is to hopefully complete conversion of town street lights to LED. We still have several high pressure sodium vapor lights. We'll change those out to LED using the new standard. An objective is to replace half of the department's hand-powered gas fuel tools with battery-operated ones, and to continue inventorying town assets, focusing next fiscal year on inventorying and documenting and hopefully mapping traffic signs, trees, curb ramps, and sidewalks. You can go to the next slide on workload and performance measures. The most notable, and we need to clean up some numbers in there. There are several errors, and I'm afraid I pass those on to the person who actually put the slide together. But streetlight conversion, we have 75 of the 119 we hope to convert to the 3,000, but we're actually hoping that we could actually complete all of the conversion to the new standards of the total 149 street lights that we currently have The new lights, street lights that are going in on 54 will be at the 3000 Kelvin light temperature. Again, as I mentioned earlier, restoring street sweeping so that we increase the number of miles swept annually. And we are increasingly using thermoplastic materials for crosswalks and stop bars, which reduce the need to repaint them annually. That's why we only have 25% of crosswalks and stops slated for painting in 2024. And with that, we can move to DPW's operating budget. And Gentry, I'll turn this over to you.
Thank you, Ivy. So the total proposed amount for fiscal year 2024 is $1,914,878. Up a bit from the previous fiscal year of $1,717,000. Again, along with this department, the implementation of the revised pay range plan has increased salaries, wages, and benefits. Additionally, the staff count is consistent with the current fiscal year. So we have a total of 8.75. Also, in operating, we did have some increases as well. Our total operating is 228,000, and that has increased to 275,000. Another significant change that we like to make note of is the supplies and the hand tools. As Ivy had mentioned before, we are replacing 50% of gas-powered tools with battery-powered tools. Now, are there any specific parts that we'd like to go over? I know operating expenditures have increased. If we would like to go over that portion.
I'd actually like to back up, if I may speak, Mr. Chair. Back up to the first page.
Which part?
The first page. So the objectives and
Mission accomplishments objectives.
Yes, and Director Lewis, I believe that you said somewhere in there that you're expecting the tree inventory. What's the status? I mean, that was we're basically just going to be handed the tree inventory, as I remember it. That this was a grant application and someone else is doing most of the work. Is that correct?
That is correct. And I met with them a couple of months ago, and they said it would be 18 months before the project is finished. I know, very disappointing, but we certainly had to look forward to having the tree inventory, the actual numbers way before that. And so I'm going to request maybe, if not bi-monthly meetings with the project team, the planning staff and the consultant working on the project, at least quarterly, so we could keep up with their progress. But they should have started the actual inventory in town already, or soon to start.
Okay, but so you expect to have overall numbers, but maybe not the mapping data sooner than 18 months. 18 months is a long time.
Yeah, it is a long time. And it was very surprising to learn it's going to take them that long. This is a relatively small project in the scheme of things, or usually. So I was surprised to know it would take that long. I just think it's other projects that they're working on and they're trying to fit this.
Yeah, we may be attached to some other nearby projects or something like that, and they're going to deliver all the data at once to park and planning. So, okay, thank you. Just wanted to.
But yeah.
Wait.
But I
Ms.
wonder.
Murray, are you saying that our data is going to go to park and planning first before it comes to us?
So Director Lewis can be more specific about this, but my memory is that park and planning is basically hiring a contractor to do this work, and then the data will be handed, that contractor will provide the data. And so yes, it would probably go through park and planning since they're paying for it and doing all the work before we would get it.
Yes, under the municipal participation, not municipal, planning assistance to municipalities and communities, it's actually the planning staff that manages the project. That's typically how it goes. And they have on-call firms that submit bids on the project. We didn't get a bidder the first time around, and the grant had to be reapproved by the planning board. And the second time around, a firm picked it up.
Okay, let's. Still wrapping my head around 18 months.
Me too.
It's just, I mean, it really just kind of just puts us in a suspended state and.
And
it really
Councilmember Lingua just riding his bike around with a tape measure could probably do it in 18 months. And
bang it
Yeah,
out in
it's-
18,
it's-
I could
it's-
bang it
yeah.
out in 18 days,
Yeah,
you know? Give me
Yeah,
the time
we'll
off from
get-
work, I'd nail it from there and give you every tree everywhere and what the size is. So I won't be able, I might have trouble distinguishing, one tree from another, despite all the best efforts, I still have trouble identifying large trees, so what can you do?
Well, the good news is they are geocoding the data, so we will be
Okay,
and run reports based on different characteristics of the inventory.
yeah, and it's just. All right, this is another conversation for another time, but we need to come back and talk about this. Because it almost seems like as soon as we get the information, I'll leave it at this. As soon as we get the information, it's a matter of going back out and verifying it. Because if it's that much of a time span, from when they start to when it's supposedly finished, and hopefully they have it dated on when they conducted these surveys.
And we're doing.
I'm
a
sure
better
that's
job.
part of the contract, right?
Yes, we're doing a better job. I'm sorry, I missed that question. We're doing a better job tracking removals and tree planting. And so we'll
Okay.
be able to supplement that data, or at least cross-reference the data with what they give us in terms of what
Okay.
has been removed since the survey was completed and what has
Okay.
been planted at the same time.
Okay, I guess kind of what this comes down to is just, as we sit here and we're trying to figure out, how do we evolve a tree canopy? How do we approach a project that's going to be working not only with public right of way, but with trees on residential properties and on commercial properties? Until we know, until we know what's out there, it's really going to be a challenge for us to try and plan anything until then.
Well, actually, this project is limited to street trees, or trees within the
Okay.
way. Yes, I guess in hindsight, we might have wanted to fund it for the money we're getting through the planning department's program.
Well, it's interesting that, if it's just dealing with street trees, one of the things, I'm just gonna leave it with this. One of the things to kind of contemplate is identifying some type of funding from some sort to fund a program with the scope of doing an inventory on residential and commercial properties. And then combining those two or something like that. Just because it's hard to plan, it's hard to plan, plan a tree canopy approach on one leg. That being trees in the public right of way. So granted, that second part is going to be needing considerable effort to get buy-in from residences and commercial properties. But again, I'm going to leave it right there. Let's move on to other parts.
Okay.
Could be all day on this. I don't want to branch off onto other topics.
Well, and Mr. Chair, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
I'll coordinate with the mayor. We could have a work session on this tree project, and that I'm just looking at our projected calendar, probably towards the end of June.
Sure.
That we can have Director Lewis in and with some updated information. We can go from there.
Okay, great.
fantastic, thanks.
Mr.
And
Jones, oh, I'm sorry, sir, go ahead.
please go ahead. Whoever
I
wants-
was going to ask Mr. Mayor, did you have a second question?
No, I did not. That was it.
So then, Mr. Jones, if it pleases the chair, if you want to go through I think we were still looking at the numbers. You want to back up?
We had just gotten to the point where we were going to start really kind of going through, well, we started going through 167, and we were about to delve into really kind of 68, 69 and onward. So. I mean, we understand a lot of substantial amount of what we're seeing on 67 or 67 and 68 as part of what staff's approaching after the survey and the analysis. So
So Mr. Jones, if you want to pick up where you left off on.
Right, so for contractual services, we have a total of 529,000, up from the current fiscal year of 525,500. We've actually increased contracted landscaping, and we've reduced the EDC station operations. We had a total amount there of $20,000. Additionally, residential trash collection services increased to 365,000, and we left the tree maintenance services the same in fiscal 2024 as current fiscal year. If there are no questions, I'll move to the operating expenditures.
yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Any questions from the council? Pardon me, Deputy Director. No other questions from council?
I was just curious about the EV station operations, $20,000. This is page
EDC
169.
5310.
Yes. Well, it's under 5310. So it looks like none of the $20,000 that was there was spent and has been taken out. Can you explain what that was and where it went and what's going on?
Director Lewis.
Actually, I'm not sure about that one, sir.
It's my.
The specific project in 23 budget for charging station. There isn't that element in the parking lot, but I don't know if this is how we intended to fund it.
Yeah, it's my recollection, sir, that at the time we were talking about purchasing electric vehicles, both in public works, in addition to the small vehicles that are regular vehicles, I'll call them, that we have in neighborhood services. And we were anticipating large charging stations. If we go back to the CIP project, we initially thought we were going to spend $85,000 on that infrastructure.
Okay.
And then on $85,000 in infrastructure, we were anticipating $20,000 in operating expense.
Okay.
Since we ended up spending about $6,500 in infrastructure, the operating expense we anticipate is negligible.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Absorbed elsewhere.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay.
It's a good question, though, sir.
All right, so for operating expenditures, the first category with information technology, we have a total amount of $500, which is down from the previous fiscal year of $5,500. $5,000 of the of that $5,500 came from the GPS applications that has all been housed and moved into one department. So we're no longer keeping that line item here in Public Works. The next is special services. Not much has changed here. Overall, we went up $200, 41,500 to 41,700. 200 additional for the mosquito control program. Dues and memberships have increased from 2,000 to 3,500. For training and education, we had a total of 3,500, and that has increased to $5,000 for the proposed fiscal year 2024. As far as equipment, we had a total of $9,000, which has been decreased for fiscal year 2024. We have a total of 14,500. Equipment purchases and equipment operated for projects, we actually reduced those amounts by 3,000 and 2,000 together, and we actually increased our equipment maintenance by $500, 6067, from 4,000 to 4,500. For street improvements, we have a total of $30,000. That actually increased to 53,000. For street lights, fixtures, and repairs, that figure has increased from 5,000 to 38,000. So that explains the jump from 30 to 53,000. Additionally, we have reduced street signs and paint from 25,000 to 15,000, as we felt that we didn't need to have as much there, with an estimated actual of $10,000 rather than expending the whole 25. The next is office supplies. That was a total of 2,500, and it remains the same for the proposed fiscal year 2024. Next, we have supplies, which includes operating, safety related, and then hand tool supplies. So that figure increased from 36,200 to 76,200. We included $40,000 for the purchase of hand tools. Next is telephones and communications. After a recalculation of the total amount for the cell phone plans, that figure was reduced to 4,128. Vehicle and transportation, a total of 65,000. We had that line item reduced to 55, with a majority of that coming from vehicle maintenance. With newer vehicles, we don't expect to have as high of a number there for vehicle maintenance. And last on this page is the travel expenditures, increasing from 4,500 to 6,500. We have an increase in for hotels, for meals and incidentals, and for transportation, as we are anticipating to be able to travel more. And the last for total operating expenditures is uniforms. That's increased. Has remained the same, 12,500 for the approved budget, and for a proposed amount of 12,500 as well. So the total amount for operating expenditures is 228,000 for fiscal year 2023, with an increase to $275,028 for the proposed fiscal year 2024 budget. And the last for public works is our other operating expenditures, which includes some other utilities, streetlights. That amount was 84,000. I'm sorry, yeah, this needs to be updated, but the total is 1,550, and we have a budgeted amount of just 100,000, as we are reducing the 7049 gas for 6325 51st Street. We are actually moving that to another line item, which we will cover in the next section, which is town buildings. So that's no longer housed here in Public Works, but we moved it to municipal buildings, and we will cover that shortly. Yeah, so that concludes Public Works. If there are any questions, myself or Director Lewis would be happy to answer.
Mr. Chair, I have two questions.
Mr. Mayor, go right ahead.
Well, first of all, I'll start out by saying that the thunderstorm has arrived. So if I drop out, then that's why. So on to the questions. Under, sorry, the light is not so good. 6049 on page 170. This is information
Right.
technology. So the GPS application is the vehicle tracking software that I see you're nodding, Director Lewis.
Yes, yes, it is.
Okay, and that's been consolidated elsewhere. Do you have a GIS application in-house for tracking the various pieces of GIS information we're getting, or is that being handled by the contractors at this time?
No, we can generate a number of reports from the application. And
Not-
we can,
So
Go ahead.
this is for GIS data overall. So those, the street information and when the tree information arrives, and that'll be fed into it.
okay, this is different. These are the GPS units installed in the vehicles.
Yes,
Okay.
I understand. I understand that and understand that's in another department. So this is a question about something that may or may not be in the budget, and that's GIS software for tracking that sort of data.
So yes, we do have ArcGIS, and
Okay.
it's a separate account that subscription is paid out of, and that will allow us to upload the tree data. And
Okay.
I was hoping we'd had a savings in that line item in order to purchase an application that allows us to collect other data in the field and have it geocoded and loaded up into ArcGIS.
Okay, great.
Yeah. And just for clarity, Ivy, is this what you're using the special project money for in the current year that we've talked about?
Yes, that would be where the savings is coming from. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. And then the question about the 7047 streetlights operating expenditures. Yeah, we're seeing, at least there's some thunder. At least last year and this year, we're well under budget, and I'm assuming that might be because we've switched over to LEDs largely and have a little bit more to go. Is that true, or is there?
Well, we don't have a measure of that. We anticipated having the street lights in Riverdale Park Station several years ago. at least.
Okay.
Yeah. And so because we haven't reached that budget.
Because it might have happened, then you had budget money to cover the electricity should that happen. Okay, understood. Thank you.
Six 7049. It's on that same page. Gas for 6325 51st, i.e. the Old Boys and Girls Club. Has there been thought of, well, I take it the gas line is for heat and hot water?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Has there been thoughts of moving that to electric?
Well, as Mr. Jones said, we've actually created a new budget center called.
Yep, cost
Town
center.
Buildings
Mhm.
Cost, thank you, that's the word.
Oh, no, yeah, I understand that.
Yeah,
I mean,
but moving
this
that-
is kind of off, this is kind of future, because what I'm saying is that it's a gas heated building, it's for heating water and HVAC.
Right, I'm looking to see if we correct.
Knowing, essentially gas being a fossil fuel, a product from fossil fuels, and being that we're trying to be more sustainable. Has there been thought of converting that to having, heat pumps and hot water being done through electricity as opposed to gas.
We did not. And again, we have a new HVAC system. We had a new HVAC system installed that's.
So that's further down the road.
Yeah, it would have to be,
Okay.
so, yes.
Okay, that's fine. That's something for us on council to consider. So. I'd forgotten about the new HVAC, my apologies. Any other questions from council regarding this portion of the budget? No? Councilmember Siddiq? Okay. Next, we have the weather response services right on time with the rain coming down.
So the total for weather response services is 48,000. The previous fiscal year it was 26,000. So we haven't increased much there. It's actually all attributed to overtime. So we increased the overtime from 10,000 to $12,000, giving us the total.
And for this year, we're having budgeted, we're looking at an estimated that's coming in a little bit over. In overtime. Well, yeah, I'll tell you what, this is one part of the budget that where it's come in substantially under. I think that'd be a good thing. So. Okay, section 18, municipal buildings.
So the first municipal building is Town Hall. We have a total of 28,218. The fiscal year 2023, the current year, we have an approved amount of 23,400, and we anticipate some increases in other operating expenditures. So no significant changes, but we want to briefly cover that. You'll see that we have increased building maintenance from 6,000 to 7,668 for Pepco Electric. We have an amount of $8,000. We have increased to 9,200. Washington Gas, a total of 3,200, increased to 3,800. And we are increasing the utilities for water as well, from 2,200 to 3,100, giving us a total of 23,968 for other operating expenditures. The next municipal building is public safety. We have no significant changes in this department either, but we do have a few increases as well in other operating expenditures. So for the current fiscal year, we have a total approved amount of 27,900, and we have an increase to 31,158. Again, we are increasing our building maintenance from 6,000 to 668. Our electric, gas, and water. We have some increases for our electricity from 10,900 up to 14,000. Gas, however, and water, we have a reduction there of $500 a piece, so 3,500 and 2,500 respectively, and a total of 27,668 here.
Okay.
The third building is Public Works. We have a total of 35,500. And we've actually kept that pretty consistent. 35,500 was the total in 2023. And we'll keep that for 2024. The only significant change here is that the electric vehicle charge stations that we were discussing earlier,
Right. Right now.
we added charging stations for neighborhood services.
Okay.
And that can be found here under operating. We have this new additional line item here for 5,000. So I know we mentioned that earlier, but this is where we have that housed now. And then we reduced our operating supplies by $500. So we have a total of 8,500 there. Oops. As far as our other operating expenditures, we actually reduced our building maintenance there, 6061 from 15,000 to 12,000. Our utilities are pretty consistent with an exception of the water, which was reduced by 1,000, and Pepco Electric was reduced by 500. So we have a total of $27,000 for the proposed fiscal year 2024.
Okay.
So the new building that we created is town buildings for auxiliary. This is created for our miscellaneous town buildings. So that would include formerly known as the Boys and Girls Club. So we have allocated $1,000 for maintenance, $1,200 for electricity, $1,200 for gas, and $1,200 for water.
Okay.
This includes, as Director Lewis mentioned earlier, the maintenance for any HVAC or any generators. So that's where we have that house. So any of the buildings that don't fall under the municipal town center building, public works building, or the police building.
And so if I may, Mr. Jones, this also includes funding for maintenance of the train station.
The train station as well, yes. Sorry about that.
And
Okay.
if I could ask a question of my staff.
Sure.
Are any of you currently the host of this meeting?
It seems to be moving between Paul and Jessica. I got a message that. Yeah.
Okay, so Paul took over host, good.
And then it seems Jessica came back. So.
Oh, all right, because she had lost power and I wasn't.
Yeah, I was going to say, she lose power?
Yeah, so I wasn't sure how we were still here.
Yeah, she made, somehow Paul became the host.
Okay, great. I didn't know if we were all going to be bumped off here, and I just wanted to check that, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, the
Lady
weather
with a contingency.
Yeah.
Hand it to her.
And Ms. Barnes is back by phone with us. And but Paul must be the host to keep us running. Okay.
Well, we're about wrapped up. I mean, we've gone through.
So,
we've
Mr. Chair,
gone through the budget. Yes, Mr. Mayor.
I have sort of a structural budget issue question, and this sort of crosses multiple chapters, and it has to do with the switch to electric vehicles. So the in the budget as it's currently structured, we have the $5,000 for operation of the electric vehicle chargers, and that's categorized under the building budget. But in fact, that to my mind is analogous to the oil and gas charges that individual departments were paying previously.
Yeah.
And so, you know, I'll note in the neighborhood services budget, gasoline and oil estimated actuals for 23 was $850, and budget for 24 is $900. And so, first of all, the fact that the gas and oil is flatlined, even though the vehicles are largely switching over to be electric, is a bit of a surprise. But it also seems that that's the place that the electric operating expenses should go. And I understand that if more vehicles come online, that it would be differently split among neighborhood services and so on. And it may just be that it's too difficult to track which vehicle is pulling in electricity and so on, and that's fine. But I did just want to bring this up as a structural issue and tracking so that we could sort of keep track of our expenditures as we're switching over from fossil fuels to electric vehicles.
Yes, so if I can try addressing that, Mr. Mayor. So I agree with you is the short answer. The longer answer is we're tapped into the electric account for the DPW building. So it's metered there, it's not metered separate.
Okay.
We may be able to do some sort of sub-metering where we can have an understanding of how much is actually costing us for those vehicles. I know that there's a way, and Director Chelton's not with us right now, but there's a card that they have to use. So it tells the system to turn on and charge. So I think we can understand what vehicles being charged. What we currently don't have the ability to do is to understand how much electricity is being used for that charge. So we can either meter these separately, or if there's a sub-metering system we could get, then we could break that down and charge, especially, for example, sir, if we end up with a police fleet, it would be nice to understand what our operating costs are. So short answer is agree 100% with you. Long answer, we currently don't have the infrastructure.
Okay, and I'm not worried about that. I was just curious, and hope we're planning towards an eventual future where we do need to track it separately.
Absolutely, sir.
Okay.
Guess it all comes down to kilowatt hours. How many of them are going into a car and how many of them are going elsewhere? And once you're able to determine that, I think that'll be able to get you a line item. So, well, with having reviewed page 195, brings us back to where we started today, and means that we have completed the review of the FY 2024 budget. As always, I am impressed with the effort put forward by staff in putting this together in such a thorough, comprehensive way. In the sense that anyone who wanted to look at this can come in, look at this, and see where expenditures are being made, where investments are being made, where revenue is coming from, be that through town property taxes, any fees, grants, and to do so in a way that is considerably less Byzantine than you may find in other places. Not that I have any other places in mind, but from what I see here, this is very straightforward. And again, it's a credit to staff for putting together a budget of this sort, which I'm thankful for and appreciative of, as I would think and assume that the rest of the council is as well, and anyone from the community who looks at this budget. If anyone has any other questions or comments or things that they look at, and would like to bring it up at either the upcoming work session or an upcoming legislative session or any time prior to us having a final vote on this document, on this budget, please do so. this is the time of year we look towards each and every year when this is put together and brought forward for consideration and then decided upon. So not a time to be reticent. So, with that, I'm going to conclude this meeting, at least what I'm going to say for it. If anyone else wanted to make any observations, please feel free to do so before we conclude for the day.
I'd like to just thank staff from every department, and I know that staff from every department contributed very much to this budget, and would express my personal appreciation to all of you for the immense amount of work that obviously went into it. And as Chair Linguist said, it's very informative. It's very easy to track the information that flows through it. And I know that there are a lot of late nights and early mornings and short nights of little sleep in order to get this into our hands and to provide the updates that we got this week even. And so thank you very much to everyone who contributed.
And the staff team appreciates that, Mr. Chair, Mr. Mayor. The only thing that I have to add is that on Monday, Mr. Jones will be reviewing with the council the change log. So all the little edits that have been made since April 3rd, when we said here's a proposed budget, we had some typographical things. We had some links and stuff that weren't working. Some things that you all pointed out. A request from Councilmember Lingwood to put some additional funding for the musicians. Things of that nature. We've made those changes. And so we will look to make whatever things that we learned today, because we learn by going through this. We find little things that we need to correct in the book. And Mr. Jones will share that list with the council on Monday. And then we'll be asking the council on Monday to introduce the budget and tax rate ordinance on Monday. And then that takes us to the next phase with the public hearing, and following that on the tax rates, and then approving the budget later in May.
And I have to say, you know, if the only thing that I really have a concern about is throwing some extra money for our public programs to help, you know, bolster some of the musicians' pay, really tells you how thoroughly considered and thought out and put together this budget is. So I mean, if it's just something that small, it's really just a credit to the preparation for this entire document.
We appreciate that, sir.
The reason why they give you those awards.
Yes.
Well deserved at that. So. Councilmember Siddiq, did you have anything you care to add?
Looks like Councilmember Siddiq may have dropped off.
Ah, okay. So be it then. Well, folks, thank you very much. Thank you for your time today and for last weekend as well. Look forward to seeing you on Monday evening.
Thank you all very much.
Job well done. Thank you.
Thanks everyone. Bye-bye.